What up, universe? Sorry I wasn't here a couple days last week. I feel bad about it, but there is a lot going on. There's still kind of a lot going on, but to a lesser extent. I know the ad's still running and it's still a little early in the stream, but... Oh, you know what? I gotta fix Factorio anyways, apparently. Never mind, it fixed itself. Alright, let's pause that music, because we're gonna just be having Factorio audio today. Hopefully it'll be fine. Oh, I forgot we got Spidertron. Life is good. I was about to leave this place and come back at some point, but not right now. Let me quickly verify that everything is okay to leave here. We have rocket defenses up around the primary parts of the base. This part's not covered, but I don't think this part's going to produce any pollution anyways. We have artilleries going on. Artilleries might aggro people, but I'm hoping the rocket turrets will be fine. We have a rocket belt going around the base as well. Excess rockets will... Whoa. Excess rockets will go into a box? No, we don't have excess rockets going into a box. So it is important for us to set up a box somewhere around here. I guess I'll set it further down the line. Whoops. Where we can have rockets go into a box. Specifically, that means that now that there's a request for rockets on here, which I believe there is, yeah, they'll like receive rockets over time. They probably won't be able to successfully get them. Yeah, they're just going to keep trying and failing for a while to get them. Oh no, there is a second box up there. Never mind. I was ahead of myself. Look, I'm out of it. I went to the dentist a couple days ago, on Thursday actually. So I guess it's more than a couple days at this point, and they told me I need to get my wisdom teeth out, which sucks for a number of reasons. Not only is it just like expensive, but it just sucks. All right, so the Artemis is not above us currently. The Artemis has an extra Spidertron. Are we just making excess Spidertrons? I guess I can... Do I want to bring an extra? Yeah, I'll bring an extra Spidertron here. Why not? Having a second one for defense is probably an okay idea. Hey, Dorb. It's good to see you. Either way, I don't want to go get my wisdom teeth taken out. I am an adult, and I feel like that's gonna suck. And it's probably gonna be expensive. I hate it here. Whoever invented teeth, really, like, get your stuff together, dude, because you are not killing it. Okay, we'll hitch a ride in the Artemis to go home. It's not fun. I had mine took out last month. That sucks. I was hoping you were going to say it was really fun and didn't suck at all. Yeah, I imagine it's going to suck. It's probably going to be a pain for streaming, but it's fine. Streaming's easy enough. I'll just talk less for a while. Although I might just be conked. I've read horror stories. That's my thing. Is I start Googling like horror stories and people are like, yeah, so it turns out I got this like infection in my gum and it was awful and I had to have half my jaw removed. And I'm like, oh my God, that's horrible. Hey Q, hopefully it's not that bad for me, but I'm still like really unhappy about it. Super not thrilled. What is this circuit reading off of now? Where is it? Oh God, I get so lost in here. There it is. You're the one that's reading. All right, I'm gonna set this higher. I'll do it at 50? I mean, no, this is fine. It's fine if a bot keeps working on this. You should be fine like 3 days after it with the pain. Day 2 is pretty bad. I'm actually like, weirdly enough, I don't really... Like, the pain doesn't freak me out as much as just dealing with it altogether. I guess the inconvenience and the fear of something going really wrong is scarier to me than the pain. The pain, I'm sure, is not fun, but... You know, it is what it is. No pain, no gain, as they say. In this case, no pain, no loss either. Either way, I don't want to deal with it. It's stupid and dumb. I'm mad. How long does Volcanus have until everything goes awful? It's got to be pretty soon, right? 7.1k, that is pretty soon. I'd like to move this down a little bit. We can just dismantle this one. This one will be able to reach the lower spot, so should stay for a little bit longer. That'll be fine. Either way, that's gonna suck. I have a consultation. The soonest they could get me in for the consultation is in like a month and a half. But they don't like hurt or anything, but they said that they kind of gotta go, which sucks. So in a month and a half, or I guess 2 months, it's like early July, so I guess it's a month and a half. I gotta go deal with that consultation and then see if it's gonna cost me like $3,000. That's also gonna suck. Everything really sucks. But that's okay. Because sometimes life sucks. That's the important thing to learn. Is you wake up, you put on this blue trapped bubble, and sometimes life doesn't suck, and that's really cool. And other times life does suck, and that sucks. I hope that helps. You've immediately taken out several things I had stored in there. I guess it doesn't matter. I wanted to make sure I took like everything off me. We can leave our gun and ammo here as well. No reason to take any of this with us. We can get a bunch of it on other planets. I don't mind if the bots take out our stuff to use it. We do want to take our armor though when we're going back. Kind of playing the waiting game now where we need to hope for the Artemis to come over really quickly. We can also send over the Starfarer to grab us, but I think I'm gonna just let this thing live its best life. Oh, it's gonna sit here forever because of the lack of this stuff, tungsten plate. So actually I'm going to add a time passed, set that up to about 600 seconds, and then we'll do an ore condition, and now it'll go. No, don't, I mean, actually, yeah, you know what, do go to Gleba. I'm gonna hitch a ride with you. I'm gonna say don't go to Gleba because you're gonna burn through a crap load of fuel doing it, but I'm gonna micro you so you just drift into Gleba, and then I'm gonna hop on and go to Novice. You can like kinda, what's the word for it? Feather the thruster to save a good chunk of fuel, like this. Because it doesn't take any extra to like start it. And then once you pass over the halfway mark, the planet's gravity pulls it in, so you can just kind of like save a little bit of energy. Alright, so passenger present is the requirement we're looking for on Glebatorius right now. So I will hop onto the Starfarer as soon as it arrives. I will need to ship up my armor, so we'll take off our armor now. Everything will go dark. I apologize. I know that's quite scary. Okay, we need to turn that off first. Again, the the Artemis is also on its way back. You were quick, but you're gonna also be out of fuel and the Starfarer is not, so I'm hopping on the Starfarer. Gonna feather the thrust a little bit more. I think you can wear armor, right? Really? I was under the impression you had to ship your armor up. Am I crazy? Big if true. How are you today, Flip? It's nice to see you. I mean, it's possible. I just always put it in with the assumption that you had to. But it does seem like I can travel the space platform. Why have I always done that separately, I wonder? Alright, the Starfarer is currently above here, so I'm going to yeet myself up into... I keep hitting enter to enter it like I'm playing my space exploration playthrough. Travel the space platform. We'll hop on the Starfarer. It has a lot more fuel right now. The Artemis has an extra Spidertron. I don't know if I want to drop that here or leave it on Novice. Probably drop it here because they're easier to make on Novice. So I'm going to drop the Spidertron down so that it's available down here, and I'm going to make a request. We have the request for the agricultural science pack right now, but I also want to make a request for, like, just every time it's here, just a few rocket turrets, because those are for Spidertrons, I think. I want to say it's rocket turrets for Spidertrons. Let me go check the recipe to be sure. Did I not add it? Am I losing my mind? Okay, there we go. So, Spider-Trons, where art thou? Tron, they Spider. Yeah, it is rocket turret. So just shipping 20 every now and then will make us good for life, basically. So now we'll remove passenger peasant and we'll remove seconds past, and we'll change it so that the actual silo. Are we on this right now? Did we already launch ourselves? Are we on here? We are on here. Okay, I forgot that we had launched ourselves. We'll have the silo automatically request things. Hopefully with this setup, it should be able to like fully fill the Artemis with science and rocket turrets. I don't really know how it prioritizes. It's only looking to fill one request, so it's not the most important thing. I can fix it later though. You have plenty of fuel, so we're going to get you off the Gleba line now, and we're going to go straight back to Novice so that we can drop off some of this calcite, which will allow us to continue making whatever that gets called. Mortars. Mortars? Is that what they're called? Big boomy ouchies, I think, is the medical name for them. Artillery shells. Oh, but we're locked on tungsten plates. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to go back to Volcanus stat. Maybe I'll try to feather a little bit of boost out of this too. Rocket League prepared me for this moment. You can tell that the ship is well made when you have to really just make the gas last as long as it can. Look, it's going to be way easier once we retrofit the top of it. Do I even want to land on Novice? I don't even think I want to bother, to be honest. I think I'm going to just try to really quickly push this back to Volcanus so we can get work done. Is there anything we want to grab? Oh, I forgot we have these turbos on here now. Pretty cool. Don't know if we're going to really have a use for them yet. Where do I want to drop them? I mean, I might even just use them on Volcanus, to be honest. They were supposed to be for Gleba. I forgot I grabbed these for Gleba to fix some issues, but that's okay. We'll deal with it later. Use a little bit of thrusters to get back to Novice. We'll drop off everything and then we'll go straight back to Volcanus and deal with that problem. I can't believe I was so confident you had to shoot up your armor. I wonder why. Does that mean you can go up with ammo and weapons too? I always leave my ammo and weapons on planets because I assumed I couldn't. Okay, everything's dropping off now. Like, basically instantly. We have no requests for Novice, it looks like. So I'm going to go straight to Volcanus because that planet's about to die, basically. I mean, die is a strong word. It's going to just stop functioning. It's going to be a lot easier for us to fix things. And specifically, pushing back the big ol' angry worm. I think ammo's forbidden, but weapons are allowed. I guess that makes sense. They seem to really want you to do your ammo in space. So that makes sense to me. Okay, cool. You're running on tungsten and want to get more sulfuric acid? That is absolutely correct. So the plan was for Volcanus, I want to clear out this sector here because this has like enough sulfuric acid to keep us going for quite some time. There's a calcite mine here, which we might need, but I feel like, yeah, we're barely touching the calcite right now. We do need tungsten. There is 5 million of it over here. It's in an awkward spot though. As for getting it back, I don't really know what we would do, but do we have any other tungsten options? This is a good question. 3.7 mil, still fairly far away. This lava here is a little annoying. I don't think we can go over the lava, so I might do trains potentially. No, but trains can't go over the lava either, can they? No, actually, elevated rails might be able to go over some parts like this. I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can elevated rail over this or not. If we can, then I'll go for it, but it might need foundation because the rail itself might need foundation to go over this. I am unsure. But if we can, I'm probably going to just set up a train stop here and then set up some train automation for just getting the tungsten back in. Because we need a bunch of it right now. And currently we're not, like, they're spreading into our walls, like, pretty handily. Wow, they've actually spread a lot into our walls. I'm quite surprised it's so bad. But this is because we don't have artillery to push them back, and they're just like, hee hee, what if we Oh my goodness, look at how many of them there are. Those jerks. So we need to go fix this now because we don't have any artillery. We're not pushing them back anymore. They're in our pollution cloud and they're being, frankly, kind of dickheads, and I really don't want to deal with that. All right, we're on Volcanus now. We could have potentially done a good chunk of this from afar, but I think it would be much smarter for us to just take a little bit of time and deal with it. Elevator rail can handle some of it. Good. That's probably going to be the plan then. I could just do like really long belts, but I feel like a quick train stop's going to be a lot cleaner. Been a minute since we've been here. We've seen it from our like overview, but it's been a little bit since we've been here. All right, I'm going to just turn on my personal logistics here, and then most of these things will fulfill themselves. It'll also put a bit of a strain on the base being here, but you know, so it is. But do we not have electric poles set up? Are they, what are they called? It's just big electric pole, right? I never set up electric poles here. Okay. Well, you know, I probably just brought enough and didn't think of it, so it's not that big of a deal. We have most of our logistics filled here, including the substations, which is what I was really relying on. We can always just manually make some big electric poles, but it'll be good to do. So, let's focus on the issues at hand. Oh, I should have brought some cliff explosives. I don't suppose there's any on the Starfarer. Probably not. There's not, in fact, any on the Starfarer. Cliff explosivos would be a good idea. So I'm going to set up the Artemis so that it has a... cliff explosives are here, right? I was thinking that was from Gleba, but no, these are totally from here. We could just make them on site, right? Yeah, it's just calcite and grenades. I am making them here even. Okay, cool. Never mind. I'm gonna just make a request then for cliff explosives. I should really organize these by planet so I can like toggle them, but that's okay. What if we were both bugs and we kissed in your pollution cloud? How forbidden. Okay, cool. They'll cliff explosion this stuff. Getting rid of all this stuff's gonna be quite nice. Can we set up a planner specifically for getting rid of rocks is the question. I think so. Or a deconstruction planner. These are not the tiles I wanted. Entities. Can I search for cliff as a thing? I can. Perfect. So that way I should be able to just deconstruction cliff and it should just target cliffs. Perfect. So now we have this. So if we have like a particularly annoying area, we can clear it out and have a lot more ease. So as long as it's within Roboport range, I'm going to be trying to dismantle just general like annoyance cliffs here. We make them on site, so it should be easy enough to do. Okay, let me think. Do we have artillery set up on here? I know we're making them. We do not. Okay, well, it should be easy enough since we're on site. Granted, we do have a limited amount of resources right now. I need to heckin'... See, this is what I was talking about. This base needs to be walkable. Okay, do we have any shells? We have one shell. You have no output. Oh no, you do have an output. Whoa, okay, we got the good stuff here. Holy. I'm hoping that artillery is sufficient for dealing with the big worms. I don't know. Or I guess like the small worms? I don't really know when they get medium or bigger. I'm gonna try to just artillery dump one of them. I guess I'll assess their health first and we'll use like mathematics. Or I say mathematics is a really intense way to put what I'm actually doing. But we'll just kind of like go, does this number surpass the health bar of the thing we want to kill? Oh yeah, we're gonna want to clear out a lot of this area. I think I see our friend to the southeast there, unless that's an old one. That's an old one. Where are you, buddy? I don't think it will be directly malicious to us immediately. I think that it cares more about the like, oh, there it is. But a small demolisher has 30,000 health. Each one of these do 1.3k. It probably actually won't be sufficient. I mean, actually the explosion might be. It depends on how they treat the explosion. You know what? We'll just dump a bunch and see how it goes to start. Because if the explosion is sufficient, in that it does like bonus damage because of like the splash, this should be just fine. I'm going to turn off auto targeting for these. We don't have many shells though. We have like Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. We don't have many shells, but we probably have enough. Okay. An important thing is to make sure we don't miss any. All right, that was really, I was like thinking we were going to be just fine. That poor guy, that wasn't even like a chance. I wasn't even concerned. I was standing right in the blast zone because I just knew it was over. 07, my dude. That was really unfortunate for that demolisher, but it was in the way. I'm really surprised that it went like that efficient, because I was like, we have like 10 shells as 30,000 health. Oh, we don't have any bots on us. We should go grab some of those out of the network, because I don't know if we're making bots here. Surely we are, but I don't have a request for them. Maybe I'll put in a request and see if it just gets filled on certain planets. It would make sense to have these like available. I don't think 25 is even how many that we can like have at once, but that's fine. Okay, so that completely frees up that problem. I would like to get roboports out here and then have the bots start. I mean, we don't even have to clear out this southern area. I guess we can. Either way, I want to start mining it and then get pipes down. Okay, we are getting our request filled for bots. Perfect. So I don't think we have automation for pump jacks. We do have everything required for pump jacks, but I don't think we have pump jacks actually made. I think I'm handmade all of them because I don't often automate pump jacks, which I really should. I tried artillery once and missed like 80% of my shots. I kind of expected where I clicked. I was like, man, I clicked really far in front of this thing for how slow it is, but it worked out just fine. So I feel like I got a little bit lucky there, but we'll take it anyways. I'm not going to complain. That's for gosh darn sure. So let's set up a quick and dirty requester automation for pump jacks just to have it like available to us. I assume that everything in the requester will be sufficient. Couldn't find the assembling machines in my inventory, so we'll do pump jack. I'm hoping that everything is in boxes already. I know that most of these are. Okay, perfect. I should make like a little mall rather than interspersing these around. I guess mall is the wrong word, but just having them like somewhere instead of just like in heckin' nowhere. These stack to what, 50? 20. 20 should be sufficient. I mean, there's a lot of them down here, but like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's probably about 40 in here. I'm going to take both of them, obviously. There's will be a bit of stress on our power, but I don't think pump jacks really eat that much power, do they? No, they do nothing. 90 kilowatts? I don't get out of bed for less than a megawatt. Are you kidding me? I barely get out of bed as is. Like, you're going to have to make it a little more tempting. So we're going to need to bring power down here, which is just fine because we already have power at the calcite there, so we can just drag it out. Or, you know, where the power is itself. I think we're going to just do some undergrounds. I don't think we're going to bother clearing all that area out. We could theoretically set up a train. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't see a compelling reason for it, at least. The Starfire, did I remove your Gleba condition? I did. Okay, so obviously you're not going to be able to fill this. That's okay. I'm going to manually add a request really quick. Actually, you know what? You already have one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 10. It won't be able to fit 20 of them right now. So I'll just bring it down to 15, we'll say. That way it has at least some shells, because Novice is actually getting like really pushed in on, and I'm quite surprised. Considering that we had pushed out like past this area, and now there's like all of these going on here. They have certainly spread. A pretty significant amount. We should basically just clear off Novice altogether out of spite. But that's for another time. We're not warmongering right now. We're fixing a dying volcano, I guess. Okay, so the other place we were looking at was this tungsten over here. There's also a bunch of sulfuric acid over here too, but I don't think it's bad to have cracked open this one and maybe this one too. I think I might crack open both these areas just so we have like a, you know, more rounded shape, or I guess like not a jagged, like there's going to be a worm that occasionally pokes into this area here. We don't have a bunch of shells because I'm just like really hurting on supplies right now. But we have some shells, which is, you know, good enough for the time being. I'm going to try to replicate that and wipe out those two areas now. I think the important thing right now is just to be doing something since we're on a timer. And I'm going to let those pump jacks start forming. Yeah, look how sad this build is. Wow. It's like, wow, why are we hurting on tungsten plates so much? And then I immediately make the demand for even more. with all those green belts and stuff. That's okay. We got a good chunk of science out of it. Working on epic quality as well, which will be fun. There's a demolisher right here, so we will start setting up. I don't want to set up too close, so that it'll see it prematurely and attack, because these are pretty expensive. I wonder if using a Spidertron would have been a good idea. I mean, I would have to bring a bunch of rockets, admittedly, but is that so bad? Wait. I clearly messed up somewhere in here because you guys don't have ammo. Okay, that one was a little bit scary. It's like, I know we don't have the high quality ammo anymore. So I was really optimistic that that was just going to go about how it did. I fired a little extra at the end, which may have been excessive, but that's okay. I don't know if we can kill a medium right now. I've never tried to fight a medium before, but I really don't think it's going to be in the cards. That does free up another sulfuric acid, so we now have access to 3 of them, as well as a chunk of calcite. This will give us another calcite too. I don't think we really need the calcite that bad. We're barely using any. Ow, I walked through them, so now all my machinery is breaking. That left a little cloud there. That is a good chunk of calcite as well. I guess it's not that good of a chunk, but I don't really feel like clearing it. Let's go find this last one and see if we can kill it with our remaining ammo. I think this one's going to be close. I think that this one may not kill, and if it doesn't, then heck. If it's a medium, we're definitely not going to try. Wow, that calcite looks really dense. Okay, it is a small one. I've never dealt with a medium ever, but I just know that, or I assume that a medium will have much more health than a small one. So I'm going under the impression that as long as we are fighting small ones, we'll be okay. I thought it was growling because it knew what I was up to. It was sussing me out, as it were. Did not seem to be the case. I think the quality on artilleries really just makes it so that they have more range. Yeah, it has more range. All right, we're going to fire now. I'm going to just dump everything. It might be excessive, but I think we're going to get one good shot at this. It was like perfect again. All right, great. That was a lot smoother than I would have anticipated to go to free up these areas, but we have freed up the areas. We had like just enough artillery for it too. We had a few shots left, but very nice. I don't really want to destroy your corpse because I think it looks cool. Is that metal? A little bit. I'll admit it. Is this area fully cleared though? It is. So now we have a whole new tungsten mine. It looks like a tiny one, surprisingly, but it has a bunch of ore in it, so that's the important thing. I'm going to quickly assess, trying to walk back if I'm going to do trains here. Yeah, I probably should. It's still quite a bit of walk left. Okay, so let us see if we can start handcrafting some rail supports and ramps and stuff. Even just walking is, I could probably do like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 belts. Although the thing is, I was thinking like, oh, I could just do like 4 belts, but this is like, it feels like a small patch. Maybe it's not that small and I've just been like diluted to it. But I could do a bunch of belts and just belt it down. I think it's going to be better to just set up a quick train stop. That'll give us a lot more freedom with it too. We can drop it in other places. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. How are we going to fuel the train? Let me think about that really quick. Because that does adjust my opinion. Can you make solid fuel out of... You can make solid fuel out of oil. I mean, that's fine. As long as we can get some solid fuel, that should be sufficient. Oh, we have rocket fuel too, don't we? How are we making that? Of course we have rocket fuel. What am I thinking? I'll just grab some of this rocket fuel. It's a big old belt sitting over here anyways. Yeah, it looks like everything is kind of slow now just because of our lack of light oil, which I think just all stems backwards to our lack of coal. All right, so we are almost completely out of coal too. Wow, this place really needed some love. Holy moly. There's no more coal on this planet, right? Ah, no, there is. I was like, is that all the coal? I can't believe we shaved out such a nice hole in it. Okay, well, we do have a second coal thing here. This is more use case for something like trains. Okay, so there's a lot to fix here. Hopefully, so the thing is when there's a lot to fix here, it's like, okay, kill a few big worms, then we're good to go. When there's going to be a lot to fix on Gleba, it's going to be like your walls are broken, they breach containment, and everything is dead. So that's going to be fun. Looking forward to that one a lot. But for now, we'll keep it simple. Let us go. I should set up automation for rails because we're going to need a bunch of rails here. There was no reason to do it before, so it makes sense that I wouldn't have done it before. But there's going to be a lot of rail necessity in our near future, so may as well set it up instead of be a little disappointed later. At least I assume I didn't do rails. I'm not making science here, right? No, I'm not. Okay, so we're looking at stone, steel plate, and iron stick. We actually have an excess of stone that we're just dumping into nothing right now. I don't think we get stone mines here. So are you are just taking excess stone and smelting it. Or else they're going to actually be like a little bit annoying to make. Not that annoying, but I'm going to have to set it up at the end of the line, I think. I should have set up a box of stone. That was kind of a blunder on my part, I confess. What would be a good way to do that? I guess in here, right? You are reading... I don't know why you're reading two different things. As long as there's more than 8 stone in this area here, that's why you're reading 2 things. Then you dip off. That's an interesting way that I opted to do that. And once this is full and there's no need for concrete, then this turns off and then it just dumps everything. Okay. I'm gonna just do this really easy way, just so we have some stone for when we want it. There's no reason to dump it all when we could just have some, and then we can use this as like a throughput for our, or a throughway for our rails. The thing about rails is like, you don't have to make them constantly if you're not making a science here, so it's fine if you just have like a really quick and easy way to do it. Is it 1-to-1? Oh yeah, we'll be just fine with how much stone we're producing. It's like we're mining stone, but we're just creating byproducts that we're using, so it's even more fun. That's called Value Town, where I'm from. So I don't think any iron really makes it down this far. I think that this is basically the line where iron gets down to. I guess where the grenades are, technically. So I'm going to bring the stone upward. And we're going to do that by... I think just bringing it out of this box and belting it. Ideally the correct way, though. I have a tank here. Hello, tank. Oh, I forgot that I can belt the tank. Ah, it's fine. Tank's just on an adventure now. Okay, so rails are iron sticks, I believe, which I can't imagine I have set up anywhere. I do have it set up, actually. Because they're needed for concrete. Oh, wow, I actually have like everything for rails set up down there. Like everything. I guess I didn't realize concrete and rails were so similar. Whoops. No. Don't destroy everything. Should have just looked left for a second, but I was thinking much grander for no good reason. Cool. So we'll just make rails over here then. So it is steel plate, iron stick, and stone, which literally are all in this spot, which is quite nice. It should be very simple to set up for us at that point. We could go for something simple today. Bada bing, bada boom. We now have rails being automated, and we have an excess box of stone if we need to call for any, which is nice. Okay, so rails are fine and dandy. Glad to have them. However, that's only half the problem. So, rail ramps are a bunch of concrete, and rail supports are also a bunch of concrete. The nice thing is we are making refined concrete. The not so nice thing is... What is this being used for? Okay, Foundry uses them. Great. In that case, it is a nice thing. I was like, I don't think this is going to be enough, but no, this will be fine. We only need to make a handful of them. It's really just getting over the problem spots. And also, you know, 200 to get up and down. So I think what we have like built up on a belt already will be fine. At least for this part. We might need to look into a more permanent solution later on. There you go. We already have 283 rails. Like, that's nice. And we're not running anything weird on this, so just produce a bunch of rails really quick. So I think this was the right decision. Obviously, we're going to need a train stop as well. We're not actually going to need any rail signals or anything right now, but we might at some point. So there's probably a good reason to do it eventually, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. My primary thing is going to be setting up the actual stop. The nice thing about Volcanus is you just kind of like look and there's supplies everywhere. This place kind of goes crazy on that front. How do we get, what was it? Foundation, I believe it was, something like that. Interesting. So we can do rail support foundations as soon as we go to Fulgora, but being able to build on lava on its own requires all the way to Arctica? Aquila? Something like that. A kilo? I think it's a kilo. I'm going with a kilo for my final answer. I'm pretty sure it's a kilo, actually. Which is quite a bit of time down the line for us. So that's not going to be super viable, but that's okay. We will instead go over to here. Do I have, I want to set up drills here. We don't have long power poles right now, but we do have an excess of substations, so I might just be lazy with substations. That's probably what I was just doing here, is I was like, substations are fine. Where are the drills? I really should have just made a request. Oh, there they are. Perfect. What does an uncommon drill do versus a normal one? Has 41% resource drain. I was like, why is that better? I see. So when using a default drill, it will drain 50% of the expected value. So if it would normally take 1, it would take, I guess saying 10 will be easier. It'll take 5. Well, this will only take 4.1, which is just going to make the patch last longer. So uncommon ones are certainly nice. They make you have to like return back and deal with something later than you would have to normally. That's a lot of cliff explosions for not a lot of reward. But I was just feeling really spiteful of those specific cliffs. Alright, so let's call a deconstruction planner over here so that we mine up all of this really quick, and then we will start setting up our drills, obviously with a priority on the uncommon ones. I don't really know how I want to set them up. So the thing is like, there's always several ways at least that I look at, you know, a mine. One, do we really have 14 uncommon ones? Holy moly, we do. One, we can look at it for making the patch last as long as possible. Two, we can make it for the patch producing as many resources as possible. They both really have the same outcome because they're both just going to make like the same amount of resources no matter how you slice it. I could do something funky. Something layered like this, maybe? That got you feeling anything? That one doesn't got me feeling nothing. Actually, how many of these do these mine? Should we be using green belts? These produce 2.5 or 0.7 per second. Okay, so that's just fine. You can fit a crap load of these. These items move to 45 per second, so if we're only making 0.7 per second, you know, 1 blue belt's pretty sufficient in here. It's going to be a strange mine, but I kind of like it already, so I'm committing to it. I mean, the patch itself is kind of weird looking, so it's fine. The uncommon ones just need to be a little different, just to show that they're unique. We will need to fit power poles in here, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with this weird design. I'm surprised I'm not running belt immunity equipment. I don't normally feel like I need it or anything, but like, I feel like at one point you're just like, well, they only takes like one slot, so I might as well. But we never got around to it. And I'm sticking to that. This is such a weird mine. I really dig it though. Something about this like upwards diagonal design is like really got me feeling something. This is going to be a significant draw on our power. This should be noted that I'm probably going to prod mod these, but that also means our power is going to take a big hit. So I am setting this up now. I think there is going to be a time where we have to go deal with the oil first, which again, it is fine. We did set it up in a way where we're kind of just waiting for the pump jacks to be done. So it's not going to be a big deal or anything. This area feels quite barren when I set up like this. I'm going to just try to pull it a little bit tighter for this part. I do want to make sure that we hit those back nodes though. These belts are going to be heckin' weird. I made a 3-2 balancer like a long time ago and it worked really well, and I don't remember how I made it, and I'm kind of too prideful to like look up how to make another nice one right now. But I'm really just trying to make sure that like this whole patch gets kind of evenly distributed, which is why the mine looks so weird. But I don't know. Look, it's fine. It'll be fine. How many is this? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so as long as these all belt together, then it's 8 drills each currently. Probably want to put one more in each of these, so we'll make it 9 on these ones. Makes them similar enough. They will be a little bit weird on the sides, that's fine. Balancers always eluded me. I learned that 4x4 balancer once and I just like cut off pieces to hope it works. Yeah, I don't know what I was like at the time. I was like, when I was making it, I was playing with my roommate at the time, and I was like, all right, so this is 50-50, this is 25. That means putting this here makes this 12.5, 12.5. And I was like piecing it together piece by piece like this. And I don't remember exactly how the pieces went, but I was saying the numbers and I was like, I felt like a genius. And then when I tried to replicate it later, I was like, nope, that was like a solar flare happened. And when the solar flare hit, it was like done. What do you mean can't build on lava? Is the lava in the room with us right now? Okay, that's apparently not lava. Lava was in the room with us right now. This is such a messy looking mine. But I kind of like it. It's weird. It's different. We've been there before. Okay, so I will have one more on each of these, and then they'll just basically be fine. Actually, this is going to be fine because I'm planning on using 3 cargo trains. That's generally what I do, or cargo wagons. So this will be basically ideal. Now, there will be issues with these. I'll have to see, because I know that some of these are a little heavy on one side versus the other. I recently found out, this is like wholly tangential, but I found out that there was a live action Dora the Explorer movie like a couple of days ago, and that really stuck with me. Honestly, I think I'm going to just drag these upwards and have them combine with a balancer. Or not a balancer, no balancers. We're not doing... I mean, we might try to make a balancer, but probably not. I would be quite surprised. I just don't feel like using an underground here. I guess it's just being lazy, realistically. This is a crazy amount all on the same side, so we're going to just down here fix that. Should be this simple. Output priority right on this one. Because these 4 are all going on this left side, which means we want these 6, I guess. I should make it one more lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. We want 5 to go on each side of the belt, so it should just be this simple to fix it. Let me set the output priority. Just keep the belt mostly even, and that should be fine. So now we have our 3 lines of belts over here. Making a station is really like the one thing that feels annoying, so I think we're gonna just do a double-headed train. I think that that's gonna be the plan, because normally making a nice station here would be cool, but with all the lava, we could make it down here theoretically, but I think we're gonna just have like a landing spot and then go. We'll just have one train transporting, which will hopefully be sufficient. I genuinely don't know how quickly we actually rip through tungsten. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell because of how like this all happened and how little there is now. I can kind of look based on we want to look at consumption. So we consumed over 50 hours at least. 146 per minute, 193 per minute. This is going to be much lower though. Oh really? 383 per minute. It's still quite high. I'm impressed that our number is so high. I guess it's because we set up the thing. So we're going to consume a pretty dramatic amount of it. I'm really surprised it's that high. That doesn't feel right to me. I don't think we're producing that much. I guess we are still mining 300 per minute. So this should be like a stark improvement. Even with the train, I don't actually know how many train researches we have. Is braking speed not a train research? Am I crazy? Are trains in the game? I spelled brake wrong. That's so awkward. Yikes. Okay, I have all the braking speeds already, so it should be just fine to set it up. I'm gonna hope, if not, I'll make a train station, but for now I'm gonna be a little bit lazy with it, or like a proper train stop, but this is way too close. All right, so let us. Let be train stop here. Good luck on the name. Good luck. Good luck. Nikolai Neff, we'll take it. Nikolai is a pretty dope name, if I'm being honest with you. I'm kind of into it. Do we have enough to make trains right now? We don't. We have enough for one cargo wagon. We need to grab some engine units and stuff. That's okay. Let's focus on the rail for now. I don't want to turn this on quite yet anyways. And we got a little bit more designing. We can just copy paste our, not the milk factory, down to novice. And we could just copy paste one of our train stops here, just for the sake of ease. Now, keeping in mind that if I do this, we're going to have to change the name of the train stop, I believe. This gives us like what our proper spacing would be, so we can see like exactly where we want to set it up. Okay. We'll change this over to purple stuff I forgot the name of. We'll change the icon over to tungsten ore. I know what you're thinking, or what? Is there a space between that or? It looks like there is. I'm gonna say yeah. So we have the tungsten mine picking up here. We already have this basic things. We need to grab some steel chests. We would like to grab... we don't necessarily need to grab power poles. I'm going to get rid of these mediums. I'm going to just use these. I should really just make a few big power poles. This is like profoundly dumb. Oh yeah, this is really far away. This is like the full distance of the base, basically. I mean, I guess it's probably a little bit less if we go from diagonals, but still. All right, so we need steel chests, and we need to make the actual train itself. Whoops, we don't want that part either. I'm going to make a rail ramp, and hopefully with the rail ramp we can start building it back as well. We're going to just try to like bring the design back. As for where to drop off, I'm thinking probably down here. We weren't using this before, but this area is flat enough and it's close enough to what we were doing. Okay, I wasn't actually sure how we were smelting tungsten plate. We probably want to expand this out too. But I think that's going to be the plan. And then we'll basically like let this continue to come down and probably change this belt to come down around here and then input priority it so we can drain the patch and then bada bing bada boom. So we're going to hopefully make our way down there. So our goal is to be here, ideally, just so we have a little bit of space to drop off. It's a nice spot for it, not a crazy amount of lava there. That's the plan. Might actually be smarter to go down looking at this, which is a little bit unfortunate. If I go down as well, I could theoretically reuse the rails. I mean, this should be fine, assuming we can get across some of this lava. Let me just test it with some of the supports we have. Can we make supports? Okay, we're making them now. We're just gonna try. I think it would be smarter to go the other way. Oh yeah, no, it can heckin'... This thing can skook them real hard. That does seem to be sufficient, and we're basically on a straight line for where we want to end up right now with this diagonal. You generally want to avoid as many curves as you can when doing a train. It's not the end of the world, but you lose velocity, so like you may as well keep it straight, but sometimes you just got to make a train kind of squiggly. So I get it. I get the desire. I've been there. Sometimes your train just wants to get funky. Oh, this one's weird though. Oh no. I don't think we're gonna be able to keep our straight line here. That's okay. I was getting greedy with it. I was like, maybe. What if I set up... Oh, you're so close. All right, I know I can fix it, but it's just going to waste a rail support, basically. But that should be sufficient to do it. Now that there's a rail support there, it should go like, oh, yeah, I can actually do that. Right? No, it's one too far? Society, man. I was hoping that would be enough to cheat it. I had no reason to back up why it could, but man. Now I get it when people say we live in a society. I was skeptical before, but I think I get it now. Tune in for the Joker arc. Alright, that's better. I meant to do the power poles down here, but again, I think I want to set up the sulfuric acid before this. Oh, it's getting wiggly down there. Volcanus kind of has that music where, like, you find out that the bad guy in the movie is like, we're out of rail supports. The bad guy in the movie, like, was actually like your father or something, and you're like, oh no, this sucks. I'm gonna have to murder family. But then it turns out that it's okay because it wasn't your real father. It was a cyborg pretending to be your father. So everything worked out in the end. This is a little bendy at the end. Okay, my lovely bots get that. Thank you. Alright, so it looks like we got one more patch of lava to go over. Hopefully this one's not too bad. Honestly, we've gotten like fairly lucky so far. All things considered, this has been like a pretty smooth trip. It does look like it can go across the lava. Maybe not the smoothest to cross, but it can get across, which is what I'm most concerned with at this point. Even if it gets a little squiggly at the end, like we've already, like, I've won the battle. Maybe even the war. That looks clean. Let's do that instead. Thank goodness for bots. So we are going to be too low on rail supports to finish this, I believe. Yeah, it looks like we need at least 3 more over there. So we will quickly zoom around the lava and make our way back to the base, collect some more supplies, make a few more rail supports, and genuinely it was super easy. I have a coworker, Nikolai. He's cool. That's dope. I love that for you. What do you mean you don't have enough space? You only need 5 more of them. All right. Oh no, because you want to fill an entire rocket. That was my bad. You wanted to fill an entire rocket. You did great. Thank you for trying to be efficient and not wasting my rockets. Actually, you are like, when people say you're a real one, they clearly have not met you because you're a real one. Everyone else is just posing to be a real one, but you, Radiant Starfarer, you're a real one. I would do the Bashi for you just one more time. I started playing Pyanodons when I was really stressed on Friday. I don't know why. I go through like times where like I just need to be doing something, and Pyanodons for whatever fell into like my my realm of what I was wanting to do at that exact moment. So I did Pyanodons for a little while on Friday, and what a blessings that mod is. Yeah, my roommate plays it, and so she kind of convinced me a little bit to like give it a fair shake. I'm like 3 hours in, maybe, and I'm like handcrafting the first science pack, and it's not pretty. I'll put it like that. I just unlocked automation, like burner assemblers, but they're like really tough to maintain, and there's a bunch of byproducts. It's a lot. Like, I like puzzly things when it comes to Factorio and stuff. We're not gonna be able to reach that by a little bit because we got stubby legs, heck. But it is a lot. I don't know how much I'll play it. I'll probably pick it up from time to time, but that is like a lot. I thought about doing C-Block at one point too, but I was stressed and I needed something that was going to like aptly distract me for a while, and holy heck did it work. In a flash, those hours were gone. Kind of what Factorio does, though. Trying to get the gumption to play space exploration. I don't have enough time. I'm playing a solo space exploration playthrough, like, very slowly. It's very cool, though. It is cool. If you find the time, definitely give it a go. I put 200 hours in C-Blocker, so I got blue science on. That's crazy. That's so cool. I really want to do C-Block at some point, but like, C-Block scares me a lot too. Maybe I'll try something like that if I can finish up a vanilla playthrough. But like, the fact that Pyanodons, I'm like handcrafting green science, or not even green science, it's like pie science or whatever. It's like 3 hours, and I was like, this is like, I get how people take 10 million hours. I get it. Like, I understand what you've done to get to this point. Respect to people that clear that pack. I think that might be above my pay grade, perhaps. But maybe not. Maybe I'll play through it over a few years and I'll be like, you know what? I did it. Probably not, realistically. I feel like the heat death of the universe is probably more likely than me succeeding, but, you know, could happen. Play through it very slowly. Definitely possible to go faster. Excited to revisit C-Block once updated for 2.0. You know, once it hits 2.0, maybe I'll give it a try too. That sounds like it could be fun. Alright, I wish I rail ramped a little bit higher. I always forget how big rail ramps are. I don't use them super commonly, and then I'm like, I wish I had more space. I think, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? No, this is plenty of space for a single train, I think. Assuming that we're just doing like a one-liner, which is going to be the plan here, because I think it's simpler while we can't build on lava to just keep a single line. Okay, so we've done the so-and-so hard part, I guess, which is setting that up. We still need to get power over there as well and put down an actual train, but I do need to check the spacing on the train to make sure that it's big enough for us to land it. We do need to grab some engine units, which I'm sure we have in a box somewhere. We also need circuits and steel plates. So I'm gonna just grab some more steel plates from the steel plate box, which is totally right near me. And let me try to grab some circuits as well. There's a circuit box right there, but that's fine. And I know I have engine units somewhere because I must have them. So where are they? It's not in here. Is it up here? My heart says it's up here. I knew it. What a weird setup. I don't know when I started doing whatever the heck this is, but I like it. If I ever wondered how I ended up with an odd number of undergrounds on this planet, this is why, right here. There's an odd number in this setup. A little late to really care about it. But still, I guess it's interesting if nothing else. Okay, so let us make our locomotive, and then we need to go grab some iron plates and iron gear wheels for the cargo wagons. We're going to need 2 and 3 respectively. So we'll do a 3-line. We're also going to need some steel chests. I believe it's 18 for each one, so... Actually, there's no way we don't have steel chests in a box somewhere, right? Or at least on a belt somewhere. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. We are truly stealing the chests, RN. I should have brought a Spidertron here so we could just live in it. I miss Spidertron. Speaking of, is the Artemis doing okay? I'll drop the Spidertron down to Gleva, because it's much easier to make them on Novice. It looks like it is successfully requesting those rocket turrets I asked for, which is nice. I'm gonna remove the request for a Spidertron and just leave the extra one on Artemis or on Gleva for now. Okay, I should make a request for the sulfuric acid. That's going to be like the first thing I want to set up now. I know we've mostly finished the train, and there are a few more things I want to do now that we have this, just to verify that our stop will be sufficient. But without the power to do this, it's just going to be kind of like sad once we set it up. Looks like this is going to be sufficient. Do it like this. It's so nice that it shows like where the train will actually land. Saves me a little bit of headache. So we can set up the train really quickly. Something we are going to need to be cognizant of, at least, is that we will need to have fuel for the train. Oh my gosh, I'm coughing. Sorry about that. I think I muted in time at least. I think that the primary thing that we're going to be doing, though, is setting up... I make more big electric pulse, cool. I think we're going to be primarily focusing on probably shipping the fuel over. I mean, we have rocket fuel already set up. I could belt it all the way over here. I mean, it's not that far, but I think just setting up a blue chest is probably sufficient at this point. Earlier on in the playthrough, I would say, it's not worth it, but we will need 2 blue chests. We will need 1 here and then 1 over here. We will not bother fueling at the other site because there should be no scenario in which it runs out of fuel. We will have those in Roboport range as well. We're going to start setting up Roboports around. Would like to have a Roboport reach all the way out there. Primarily for vision, mind you. I'm not as concerned about using the Roboports for like doing construction out here, but the vision is quite nice to have. These Roboports may have to move, but they'll be fine for now. Again, we are constrained by power pole distance. So we want to try and make them as efficient as possible, considering our limitation of pulls day power and their maximum length. Sometimes we can't be perfectly efficient, but we can do our best to get as efficient as possible. That still connects, right? Yeah, it does. All right, let's go around. We will copy our design here for... Oh, we can't see it. We should be able to copy paste still, but it might be a little bit messy to do so. You know what? I'll just wait for it. I was going to make our stop over here. I'm going to make the logistics request for this as well. Not that it matters right now, but we just need rocket fuel. Rocket fuel does make the train faster, which is nice. We'll ask for 100 of it. And that's, again, probably excessive, to be honest. Doesn't look like we have rocket fuel in a box, so I'll also set up to put rocket fuel in a box for that as well. Is there anywhere in Roboport range that's also... Perfect, we'll just do it right here. I gotta remember the Q button. I've been trying to be really good with the Q button. Okay, and we will just... We only need a small buffer of it. We don't need a crazy amount. Okay, so let's go waddle back over. I hear the rocket firing, which means we are probably loading the... I was going to call it the Stellar Horizon, but I meant the Radiant Starfarer. Stellar Horizons is a mod pack. Speaking of, so that's what I've been playing through with my my roommate. We've been playing through. It's called Stellar Horizons. It's very weird. It's interesting. You start on a planet that isn't Novice, then go over to Novice. I don't want to spoil too much of it because it's like a very interesting experience so far. But one thing that we did notice is that one of the planets you have to go to further down the line is a planet themed on Ultra Cube. And I've always wanted to play Ultra Cube, so this is like a blessing for me. This being said, we were playing with Rampant fixed on because my roommate really likes playing the challenge modes. I don't dislike them, but I certainly do them less than my roommate does. Unfortunately, even though we like live, you know, in the same house, it was causing such big issues with lag, and we were still on Novice, and it was just like... We just turned off the rampant part, which is unfortunate because I know my roommate quite enjoys the like more challenging aspects of Factorio. My roommate's the whole reason I'm into Factorio at all. Like I never would have even tried Factorio. I looked at Factorio forever ago and was like, this is some, I was gonna say some nerd stuff. No, that's not exactly how I felt about it. I looked at it and went, wow, this is really confusing. But then it became, hey, let's play Factorio tonight. Give it a try. And I was like, I don't really want to. And then I was like, yeah, but just try it. And I was like, okay, fine. I tried it, and then one thing led to another, and then everything was downhill from there for sure. But moral of the story is, Rampant Fixed is difficult, but really obliterates your computer's processing and stuff. Your hate's a bad influence. That's kind of the vibe I get too. I'll make sure to tell her that. My roommate's very much like the super smart type, though. Like, definitely way better at Factorio than I am. Actually, can you supply me with some roboports? You are supplying me with roboports. I saw a bot fly over and I was like, we getting hooked up here? Because we was out of roboports, but now he's not out of roboports. Honestly, like, this game is so fun, though. I don't get why it's so fun. It's a lot like Civilization, I think, in the sense that, like, it just will eat all of your time. And it has no remorse about doing it, either. Alright, so these are actually, like, set up properly, surprisingly. I'm a little surprised we're low on steel chests. We're not low on steel chests, in fact. I think bots are trying to fulfill the request for steel chests. They are. I'm going to place these down, and hopefully that'll deter them from coming all the way out here for no reason. I do want to copy this really quickly. Thankfully, this is done now, though. So I will have to set this up at some point, but we can now do basically all of it with bots, which is nice. As long as we have vision of the area, a lot of it can be done a lot easier. Okay, Roller Coaster Tycoon went crazy. I had a coworker, her and I got along really well at my last office job. And she was like super into Roller Coaster Tycoon. She had like been like, I had it as a kid. I really wanted to play it again as an adult, but I hadn't gotten a disc. And then she like eventually found like a listing on eBay and got a disc of it and was like getting her laptop to work with it. It was so cool. It was actually really cute too. I was like, I'm glad you're so impassioned about this. Like genuinely, good for you. SimCity 2000 went crazy. You're so right about that. Holy. I loved SimCity 2000. That was like formative for me. Young Miko went kind of crazy when SimCity was involved. One of my, I know SimCity and Sims are a little different, but one of my old friends from high school is like a Sims content creator now too, which is kind of cool. Crazy how stuff from our childhoods and stuff can really be, I guess, so impactful is probably a good way to put it. I'm moving these down so I have a little bit more space. I remember the manual showed you how to edit the sprites of building, how to add pigeons to it. That's crazy. I had no idea that was a thing. Okay, so the tungsten ore is set up, the train stop is set up. probably going to just steal Novice's offloading. That is onloading. This seems sufficient enough. I never really knew how to make a good one of these, but, you know, it doesn't matter. This will be fine. Like I said, make it now. If it stinks, we'll fix it later. Why is this one like big circles? I don't know why. I really like it though. Looks crazy. Okay, so that's like probably good enough. We'll have to check on it later. I'm not going to plug it in yet because of the power draw. However, we're basically set now. We just need to change this from Edward Miskovich over to tungsten drop off. That was a lot more difficult than it had any right to be. Wonder if we should mine quality tungsten. See, I think about stuff like that too, where like if we mine quality stuff, we can make like a lot more quality miners, which has a lot of value to it. But we're pre-epic still by a little bit, and we don't have any way to really deal with like stuff getting skunked. Okay, so cool. So we smelt it right here. So it's really simple. I mean, I think we're going to make this bigger, to be honest. This is, maybe the stack is like fine. How much do you consume? You consume 0.96 per second. You will mine 0.7 per second. How many joules do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. We have 26 drills. So we're doing what? 7 times 6 is 34? No. 7, 14, 21, 42. So it's 42 plus 140. So we're doing like what, 200? I feel like that can't be right. How is it possible that we're only mining 200 per minute when that mine was producing way more? I'm so confused. There's something wrong with my numbers. It just doesn't feel right to me that that would be so few there. Something's messed up. I'm definitely missing a number or not taking something into account. Either way, let's go fix the other stuff before finishing this. There could be an excess of these things, pump jacks. Perfect. I'll just grab all 80 of them. We'll probably use the majority of them. And we want to make a few more big electric poles probably, which will take some iron. So I'll just grab some iron while we're here. And some copper cables. Cool. Do we have a line of sulfuric acid? We probably do. I mean, we have one right over there where other sulfuric acid is. That goes straight into the base, so we don't really have a great way. I'm almost tempted to set up trains, but this will be so easy. I think they changed pipes at one point where pipes had like a throughput issue, but they don't anymore or something. I don't really remember. A few of my my friends previously had spoken about that. Again, I didn't play Factorio much in 1.0. I played like a Crastorio playthrough kinda, but like I didn't know what Crastorio was. I just thought it was normal Factorio, and I didn't finish it or anything. Goodness, no. Alright, so I'm gonna just call a deconstruction planner over here. Can I like not? I just want to get rid of this stuff. We don't have a crazy amount of cliff explosions. I should have asked for more, but that's fine. I just want to be able to set up these pump jacks. There is a heckin' lot to pump here. Pump up the gym. Pump it up. You guys remember the 2000s? That was that even the 2000s? Was that the 90s? Whichever one makes me feel less old, that's the one I'm gonna go with today. Tongue. I'm glad that you clipped the tungsten thing. Thank you, you're so kind. Words are a little tough sometimes. They don't tell you that in school. This is going to be some real messed up piping that I'm about to do, so avert your eyes if you're in the mood for something that's not just like real spaghetti. If you're in the mood for Italian, then I have a treat for you, let me tell you. I'm kind of in the mood for Italian now. I went to Red Lobster recently for the first time in a long time. It's kind of nice, but their prices are exorbitant. Exorbitant? I gotta stop using words that I don't know how to spell. Because I clearly can't say them either. They were really expensive and I didn't like it. They should be cheaper for people such as myself that don't really want to spend a lot of money on seafood. Thanks. No, we're out of PPAs on the Lord's Day too. Brutal. Okay, let us fix up our PPAing. That looks like everything's hit. Unfortunately, I probably have to go get more PPAs. Nah, we can just handcraft a bunch. Who's gonna stop us? It's our molten rock. We can handcraft our PPAs if we want to. Don't let them deny you your right of handcrafting PPAs. I just want to leave like some walking paths in here, basically. Alright. So we can mouse over, this is all connected, this is connected to nothing, so we want to make sure this connects to something. We'll just connect like this for simplicity. This also needs to connect, so we'll do a little bit of this action. Now everything in the southeast is connected, as well as the east, and up to here. Look, pipes are tough, okay? Everyone knows pipes are tough. I love that. That was pretty good. Alright, that should be everything, right? It looks like everything. I might have missed something, but we can fix it later. Exorbitant, by the way. You're getting it mixed with exuberant? What the heck does exuberant mean, then? They gotta be losing money on the all-you-can-eat shrimp. They gotta be, though. My roommate is, like, huge. I guess not huge on shrimp, but is a shrimp fan. I'll be honest with you. I think I've had shrimp, like, twice in my life, and I wasn't super impressed by it. This being said, if you're a shrimp consumer, I kind of envy you. I feel like you're living a better life than I am. Because it means you're enjoying something that I haven't enjoyed. Alright, so we're out of PPAs, but that's fine. We made it basically all the way up. I meant to set up the wiring, but I'm going to just chill here while we get some PPAs delivered. I'm really surprised we don't have normal PPAs in a chest. Is that the case? Surely it's not. They're just prioritizing other stuff. Aren't the PPAs up here somewhere? I should have just typed in PPA. Casting PPA. I don't have... I never set up automation for pipes. Surely I set them up and took them down at one point. That's weird. Honestly, that's a little bit spooky. Like, if you told me that that was like a spooky tale, I would have believed you. Dude, that's heckin' spooky. I'm straight up spooked. Something about the blinking no power indicator completely disables my brain. It's funny you say that because when I was setting up the drills in the northwest, at one point I removed a power pole and then saw the icon. My brain wasn't looking at it before, but when I removed the power pole, I saw it and I was like, oh, that must have been a load bearing pole, in spite of the fact that I I never plugged it in yet, but man, the brain really does work like that, huh? It's bizarre. Okay, so I am going to set up a few RoboPorts down with the electric poles. Again, just keeping that like RoboPort electric pole design, just so we can keep an eye on things and have a lot more control over the base, really. If we place it meticulously and walk alongside it, the bots will also be able to supply us in the meantime as well, if we're missing anything. Because they'll get scared as soon as we step out of like the fun orange zone. The Forge Zone, as it's known. I have a friend who works at one, and when she told me Endless Shrimps was back, I told her I was going to come eat her out of a job. Brutal. One of my friends long ago told me that I was the only reason that Arby's was staying, like, in business, because I ate there like once every month or so. I think about that from time to time. So I haven't been to Arby's in a long time, so I hope they're doing okay. Are we full on stuff? Do I need to keep dipping my Tootsie Rolls? Yeah, we're good. I don't gotta dip my Tootsie Rolls anymore. Ain't gotta worry about the bots. They're doing great and I'm proud of them and they're heckin' cool and that power pole absolutely does not reach. Always be pulling power, remember that. Cliff explosives are so nice. Whoever invented them, seriously, they were cooking something big. Big Cliff hates them, though. That's like something that not a lot of people know. Forgot I wanted to set up that other area, too. We'll definitely do that. There's no reason not to over there. Just plug it in, plug it in. There's no way that's straight down. Okay, that is. The cable looks so wonky, I couldn't tell. Okay, so now this whole area is under our coverage here. I want to set this up as well. I should make quality RoboPorts. See, that would go hard. Friendship with normal RoboPorts ended. Quality RoboPorts are now my best friend. Arby's my favorite as a broke college student. That 5 sandwiches for $5. Yeah, no, they had crazy deals. Like, it was kind of absurd. Whatever happened to $5? Dude, okay, hold on. The $5 footlong thing goes crazy. I went to, I know it wasn't, whatever the heck it's called. It wasn't Subway I went to, but I went to Jersey Mike's recently because I had a gift card to it, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll just get a sub. I was like, oh, you know, I'll get the number 2 or whatever it was. And they're like, do you want like the full size or the half size? I was like, I don't eat that much. I'll take the half size one. And they're like, all right, that'll be $14.50. And I was like, are you kidding me? If I didn't have the gift card, I sure heckin' wouldn't be there. Cause like, look, I like getting a treat every once in a while. Don't get me wrong, but $14.50 for a sub? Are you okay? Like, I could go make many subs for much less than that at my house. And the sub was fine. I mean, it was good, but like $14.50. They must think I'm made of money. I sure ain't. And it wasn't even a big one. Like, I could understand if it was like a foot long one. I'd be like, yeah, you know, it's a little pricey, but you know, it's gonna last me a while. No, that bad boy did not survive like dinner. That did not heckin' survive. Where do they get off? Their greed sickens me. Yeah, not that Subway's any better for the record. Like, Back in the day, I had a local shop that would do $5. They'd give you a foot-long sub and a drink. You can grab like anything out of the cooler, which was just like sodas and Snapples. I usually grab Snapples because I liked Snapples back in the day. I don't even know if Snapple's still a thing, to be honest with you, but I liked Snapple, okay? And I think that now that I have a platform to speak on it, I need to come clean about the fact that I liked Snapple. I thought that Snapple kind of had it going on, okay? And I'm tired of pretending that I didn't. And I'm sorry if that offends anyone, and I know that, you know, that it has the possibility to do so, but I need to be clean about it. I liked Snapples at the time. And it was $5 for a foot long. I don't know why I went on this big rant about Snapples, and I'm sorry if I did offend anyone. Surely no one's offended by Snapples. But it was really good. And it was $5, and I can understand the logic if somehow I was making like 5 times as much money now as I was before, then I wouldn't care quite as much. It's not 5 times, but still, it's stupid. Moral of the story is, I don't know. I kind of want a sandwich at this point. Maybe I'll make one for lunch. Where doth the oil end up going? I thought it was kind of down here. I guess we're still too low to see it. Our local grocery chain, Wegmans, my beloved, has $15, 14 inch. See, that's not bad. If I'm spending like $1 per inch, that's not bad value. Like I've had some awful deals in my day, but I would do $1 per inch, I think. I feel like I'm getting bang for my buck at that point, you know? Even if it's, you know, roughly one way or another, I feel like I'm getting bang for my buck. The moment someplace crops up with like kind of mediocre bread and like meats and stuff, but they start charging like nothing for their subs, I'm probably gonna be their #1 customer. No, I forgot about the concept of fluid pipes. Or fluid pumps. I forgot. I should have realized it. It's not going to be a big deal. It'll be easy to fix. I just hadn't thought about this in quite some time. I don't know how many we're going to need. We're just going to spitball it. It'll be fine. I just saw that red X and was like, there was something I forgot. And it was that. That was actually really easy to fix. All right, so now we should be heckin' killing it on the sulfur front. Yeah, the pipes are full. These are stacked full all the time. Boom, sulfur is fixed. The animals are still leaving, granted, and the government still hates us. But you know what? The sulfur's looking all right today, so let's take it, you know? Big dubs all around. Good job, team. We made it. Should probably set up more of these while I'm here. I don't really see a reason to not do so. I didn't realize we were eating through coal so quickly in the first place, but that's okay. As long as we have access to more power, I guess really more sulfur. I think sulfur was the big thing gating us, and we've rectified that now. Coal belt's looking mighty healthy compared to how it was before. Hopefully fix anything that was doing that, which I guess is the liquefaction. Yeah, that's fine now. Green belts would probably go pretty hard here since these can only mine so fast. Thankfully, we are on a planet that has green belts and makes green belts, so maybe I'll fix that in a little bit. Let's just see how it goes, though. It might just be fine because of how saturated the belt is, to be honest. It looks like... Yeah, coal's getting through the end, so it's fine. We can always fix that later and just change it up and everything. I'm glad Snapple is still a thing, by the way. I'm probably gonna I was gonna say I'm gonna have a Snapple. Maybe when I go to the market, I'll see if there's some Snapples. I don't know. Something about Snapple goes crazy. Do they still do the you like look at the underneath the cap and it's like, did you know the Arctic deer is the only animal that can speak in English and Spanish? And I'm like, that's crazy. Okay, so about our power. It looks fine. We have so many excess megawatts of power to spend. So surely turning on the mine will be fine, right? Gonna turn on the mine. Not gonna turn on the train yet. I need to do the offloading still. Surely it'll be fine. We're not coping. Everything is fine. Believe in the me that believes in you. Okay, so we have like this little stack here, which is just tungsten ore and molten iron. I gotta feel like we're gonna want more. So I'm gonna do what I was saying before. This is a little bit annoying having this carbon come through here. Not the end of the world though. I think I'm gonna copy these and we're just gonna make like a new stack down here. Now, we're gonna have the molten iron come over here, but that's fine. I'm hoping that this is sufficient. It might not be, but we're just going to try and double what we have, basically. Do I need a horizontal as well? No, that's fine. I'm aware that this doesn't totally fit here, but that's okay, because I can just move the carbon real easy like. Boom. Saved. Did that turn on those mines? Okay, so that is an issue, but it easily fixable. And they do just mine really slow. I don't have productivity modules in them yet. This is eating nothing. Let's slam productivity modules into them and see what happens. So the thing about productivity modules, I should really be making the fancier ones, actually. I told myself I would do it once we get access to the electromagnetic plant. This ups its power consumption. It technically makes it slower, but makes it so that the mine itself will last longer. So this will be a speed down, but it'll give us more chutzpah down the line, so I think it's probably worth it. We do need to get our molten iron down here now. Should be pretty easy. I'm going to just copy this and then rotate it a couple times and bada bing bada boom. Should be fine there. Do the same thing down here. Okay, so we want the ore coming in. Oh god, everything comes back to doing a 3-2 every time. I should have just done 2 trains. I think tungsten has negative mining speed modifier like uranium. That's so strange. I mean, it's not the end of the world or anything. Whoops. But it is strange. Did we open up another tungsten patch? We have like a partial one somewhere, right? Or am I thinking... No, well, I guess that technically counts, but I was thinking about the calcite down here. I mean, this is 5 million. How many tungsten have we used throughout the playthrough so far? It's probably a good way to look at it. Okay, so we've gone through almost 500k, so this is about 5 times or 10 times as much, excuse me. So it should last us a good chunk of time, if nothing else. On the other hand, we haven't been on Volcanus for that long, so it might be something we want to rectify sooner than later. But this is a nice fix for the moment. I'll have to make another roboport as well, looking at this, because the bots won't be able to reach down there. Okay, so... let us not forget the goal at hand, which is to not be ultra cringe, instead be minimal amounts of cringe. I think I'm gonna... I mean, you know what? Hold on. I know throwing around the word like genius is probably a bit preemptive here, but I do have just like a third setup here already. So I'm gonna leave it. Honestly, genius might be the right word for it. I think I've really peaked this time. We're gonna move this over slightly just for the sake of lining this up. Probably like this, I think. slam it down over here. See, pure genius is the right word. I knew it. I'm gonna have this belt just go up here, feed down into this, which will output there. These are going to output. We'll have it output this direction. It'll be a little bit unbalanced, but look, it'll be fine. I really don't know how fast they smell either. This might just be overkill. I actually really like this cliff. I was gonna get rid of it, but it's kind of like a crater, so it's been spared. Right, so this belt goes up here. Alright, this cliff is on thin ice because now it's made me look dumb twice. But it is still cool. It's a C for cliff. Okay, so there are two places too, actually. So this is great. So I'm going to have this go over here, and we're going to have one of these bad boys. I guess we need a second one too, looking at this. Great. So this one will still be able to feed while it's still going on there, and then it'll feed here as well. And we will do what we did before, and we'll put a input priority on that side, on both of them. Just while that mine dries up, it's better to like give it a chance to do things. Cool, 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 cool. Honestly, sometimes I'm genuinely like startled by how smart I am. Like it's scary. I worry that some days I'll just be so smart that I won't be able to think anymore. Don't know what that means? Me neither. But here we are. Oh my god, it's a straight line too. I'm so good at Factorio. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm feeling myself so hard right now. Let's actually set up this train now. So we have our stops. We will go into our train and we'll do add station. We'll do tungsten mine as station 1, and we'll do I don't know if we're going to be able to like fill our cargo or not. I'll do full cargo, and we'll make a alternative weight condition for time passed, and we'll do 5 minutes, I guess. I don't know how quickly we're gonna go through it. That's the thing. So we'll do full cargo or 300 seconds, and then we will add a station, and we'll do tungsten drop off, and then we'll do empty cargo period. We don't want it to really like, I mean, do we want it to leave? If it doesn't have empty cargo, there's no real reason to pick up more. So no, we don't want it to leave. Okay, cool. So we will now follow it on its first adventure. There's something I'm missing down there. Hopefully it's nothing too important. Looks like it's just productivity modules. We didn't have too many. We mine so slowly. Like, I knew it was going to be slow, but like, I really did not need 3 cargo thingies for this. I was like, this is perfect. I always do 3 when I do stuff like this. I did 3 on novice. 3 will be fine here. Turns out, yeah, it wasn't super necessary, it looks like. Looks like we are full on cargo. Our double-headed train returns home. Very quickly, too, mind you. And there's our 3 lines. Oh, this doesn't have any power yet, nor is it connected to the fluids. So I kind of jumped the gun there, but I was just excited. Okay, it is connected to the fluids, and we will also plug in our power. And there we go. That is the tungsten plates that we were sorely lacking. It seems like we use them pretty slowly. Obviously, we want to go productivity all the way down the line because these are a heckin' real headache to work with. That should rectify a lot of the issues we had before. Whatever is happening here is a lot to take in. We also need to put at least some down here, thankfully, for the tungsten carbide. What is tungsten carbide used for? Is it just the science pack, or is there something else? Tungsten carbide. There it is. Okay, science pack, foundry, big mining drill, speed module 3, and a quantum processor, so it's certainly going to be important to have some of those. I just want to see, by the time the train returns, how everything's looking. Yeah, this is kind of what I figured the norm would be, but after a bit of normalization, But like the train going, the train's really quick. I'm wondering if we'll be able to keep up with the demands. I'm guessing no, but we'll have to see. This lane surprisingly uses a lot for the tungsten carbide. Nature is certainly healing, but it'll take a little bit to get a good idea of how things actually look. Maybe I'll turn off science if we have like an excess of it, but we've never like maxed it before. Epic quality is slowly but surely finishing, so the Artemis is doing its job, which is nice. There hasn't been anything breaking on Gleba that I've seen directly. How are we using up so much of this? Oh, I guess it's for the ship specifically. I really want to improve this somehow. I think the solution is just going to be to like make maybe like a dedicated standalone iron setup. Oh, I miss Gleba music. This is nice. I'm glad you can hear it when looking at it. It feels wrong being away from Gleba. My sweet baby is taking care of itself just fine. Okay, so the good news now is Volcanus is mostly fixed. We could technically touch up a few more things, but these were like the real important primary things to get done. This is going to be slow no matter how we slice it, but maybe it'll be sufficient. I really didn't think we'd be using that much tungsten carbide. Oh no, it looks like we're not. It looks like it backed up. It looks like it just needed a bunch at the very interim. A lot of our extra stuff is going in here too, the tungsten plate box. The nice thing about this is that we can actually get tungsten plate back on the Starfarer, which means that, oh, 2000 is like a crazy big request. How much tungsten plate goes into one artillery shell? Is it like a lot of them? Why the heck did I want 2,000 of them? How the heck did I burn through 2,000 of them? Let's bring that down to something more reasonable. How about 500 each trip, just to keep it a little more reasonable. I must be using tungsten plate for something else on Novice and just don't remember. Perhaps I was making artilleries on site as well? I just find it hard to believe that I burned through 2,000 tungsten plates already. This means that there's a nest right here. Do I have any artillery shells? No, it doesn't look like any of them are firing. Those jerks. How dare they? Alright, so next, like, now that at least Volcanus is going to run, it's not just going to shut down. Like, it's got some stuff it's backed up on. Like, obviously, like, now it's making a boatload of science because it can make a boatload of science. It's also filling up this box. So this will take a little bit to buffer, so our stuff's going to look a little scrunky, but I think that this is sufficient. It will eventually make the remaining... I'm actually a little surprised. Aren't we making productivity modules? Ah, okay, I see. It made one uncommon one. That was not... That does make sense that that's how that goes. We'll just make it so there's 5 stacks of each. So that they stop breaking, at least for a little bit. I could also just set up a second box that like pulls out... Honestly, just... Oh, I don't know why I never thought of this before. I could just have a separate box like right here that has a filter for pulling out quality versus not quality. That would have been way more sufficient. Either way, this is fine. We're still confident on power on Volcanus. That's a good point. I mean, we look fine. I think the big thing is the steam keeping up. I don't remember what was holding back the steam before. Oh yeah, we're gravy. As long as we've got sulfuric acid and calcite, it looks like we're keeping ahead of the bar. Not a crazy amount ahead, but ahead enough. And everything is running right now, so I'm thinking we're a-okay for the moment, thankfully, by hooking up a truly tremendous amount of sulfuric acid. Oh, we see a little worm buddy over there. Get your tushy away from us. I'll be coming for that calcite at some point, probably. How's the calcite looking? Still a pretty large amount to drill. I'm probably just... I can barely see it, but while it's here, set that up. It's actually not in Roboport range. You know what? We'll set up Roboports down to there as well. Okay, so the orange has to touch for it to be in range of each other. So yeah, that'll be fine there for sure. right, so they will make productivity modules. They'll put them in there so that mine will last a while. It looks like we had the train make a drop off here. Again, this is getting eat pretty quickly, but I think it's just because this is like at the head of the line. I think that this line will be fine. I could theoretically put a few splitters to help feed that line. Specifically for the tungsten carbide. This is profoundly jank, but I've started it and now I'm too scared to stop. I feel like I've received too much power. Going to output priority, right? These ones. So that they'll always fill up their own lane first. But this way, when this lane dies, at least for the time being, clearly that lane's getting the least amount of mining over here. I could fix it, or I said over here and I clicked heckin' novice. I could fix it so that it gets more. Frankly, I'm surprised at how slow it is still. Maybe we'll set up beacons with speed. Maybe. How's the Starfarer doing? It is hanging above novice. That's concerning. Does that mean that we're... Where the heck is the rocket silo? God, I get so confused in this place. Okay, we're backed up on science. Okay, great. You know what? We haven't used metallurgic science for a long time. We're backed up on it. Great. So I'm going to just change it so that we're not shipping science for a little bit. We're going to focus on getting other non-science things. So now it's just sitting here and not doing anything. So I'm going to turn off the science request. I'm going to manually dump the rest of this. I'm going to briefly turn off this. No, this should be fine. I don't have to turn this off because it's not looking for that anymore. This should be fine, because that'll always be 0. I think I'm probably going to hop on now and go back to Novice and then start working on ship designs. We could certainly go to mine quicker or mine more tungsten, but I think that this is probably fine for now. Oh, sorry, in case I didn't answer before, exuberant means extraordinarily happy, exorbitant means incredibly high. Beautiful splitter jank as well. I appreciate that. Look, it's not perfect, but like a lot of this right now is just excess anyways. We're storing stuff here. Like now this belt is filling. Once this belt is full, like it'll stop being so bad. Tungsten plates only stacked to 50, which is quite a surprise to me as well. Oh, I have a bunch of ore on me. Something I was concerned about is that the molten iron wasn't going to be able to keep up with these, but it was just fine. I remember having issues with having to make more molten iron production before, but no, we're not having any issue here. My epic quality is almost on. Now, how did that happen? How is it that we had 2 science per minute for like a minute ago? I'm guessing there was some that was inaccessible on Novice that just spoiled. That would make sense because nothing can grab right here. So this section of science here will always spoil. Definitely a flaw in my design. I do know a way to rectify it, but I don't know if I care enough at this exact juncture to do so. If I underground here, I can rip the spoilage out right here instead, which would be better. But look, it looks nicer like this. I'm not doing it right now. The Starfarer is here, so I'm going to really quickly make it so the Starfarer has a command to not leave without me, because it might just bounce otherwise. Passenger present. Perfect. So now it needs me and 600 seconds. Technically, it could also just fill up on stuff, but I don't think we're going to be here for that much longer. I'm going to set up a few... Turn off my personal logistics, set up a few more storage chests, because you can never really go wrong with them. This must have been exactly what I did last time. And then we'll just dump everything we have here. Okay, everything looks good. Again, now that we have cleared out more space and stuff, if we need more sulfuric acid, I can easily just roboport over there. Need more calcite, roboport over there. The important thing is that if we need to like kill for a new area, that's when it's probably easier for me. However, I think maybe next time we won't bother coming over at all and we'll just do a Spidertron. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, so our tungsten is fixed. Again, it should be much better. I'm going to go hop up onto the travel space platform, the Radiant Starfarer. We're going to call this good enough. We will certainly need to get more coal at some point because we go through it at a surprising pace. So I do want to actually request some productivity modules here as well. Our tower is suddenly looking real stressful the moment I get up. It's probably because the rocket is what makes it spike. How is it that our total power is going down, like the possible power that we can handle? It's definitely the rocket eating up a crazy amount though, right? Let me see. It's the foundries? Really? I'm quite surprised. I mean, I guess it makes sense with all the productivity. I just didn't know they ate so much. We're still okay, but the fact that it fluctuates so much does scare me. That might be something we have to assess. Yeah, look at this. For the past hour, the power was just like fine, and now that everything's turning on, it's like, wait a minute. I crave violence. Alright, well, we're on the ship now. All requests are satisfied. Honestly, it should just be fine to remove these requirements over here, both of them. Currently, it's just going to be picking up a little bit of calcite and a little bit of tungsten plate, and then going across. So let's go back home, and then I think we'll start working on ships. I think we're probably going to work from scratch on a new platform, rather than keeping one of our designs, because the important thing is I need to figure out how to do the advanced ore processing, or asteroid processing. That's going to be like a real can of worms that I don't quite know how to do yet. So we're going to go land back on Novice. It looks like our epic quality delivery is about to be done too, which is nice because we want to go to Fulgora next. So it'll be perfect timing for setting up some real heckin' jank with the recyclers and whatnot there. Excited for the recyclers. They're very useful. I was playing a group playthrough of this. I was going to say this mod, but this is just like base game now. I guess the DLC that I didn't get super far into, and I only did a little bit. And the stuff I did do was on Fulgora, so I have a little bit of Fulgora experience, but basically the way it was is most people kind of went to their own planets, but because I didn't have a lot of Factorio experience, I went with someone else to Fulgora, so they kind of like took the lead on it, and I didn't really do much. I did a little bit, but not as much as I'm excited to do now, so I have a lot more freedom now, and I have a lot to learn because I didn't really learn much of it. However, our Novice, which I want to say everyone left and no one was on Novice anymore, was producing like an absurd amount of excess, like everything, like quality coal and stuff, just a bunch of random garbage. And the solution was always just put down more storage boxes. That was like a real persistent solution that it was. It was just storage box, storage box, storage box. To the point where there was probably hundreds of thousands of excess stuff just sitting in storage boxes unprocessed that will probably never be touched again. Highly doubt we'll ever go back to the playthrough again. So, you know, moral of the story is you could just add more storage boxes if you have more space. But I sent them recyclers, because when we got the recyclers, I sent them, I was like, hey, you know, we can just recycle the stuff, maybe try to get better quality stuff out of it, you know, but no one ever set it up. All right, so we are making on-site artillery shells again, which means we can once more remind the biters to not mess with us, which will be fun. I'm going to assume that we can't productivity module those. We cannot, in fact. Let us turn on our personal logistics, and then everything lights up except for landfill. It looks so good when we land on a planet and have that happen. Do I have the Starfarer grabbing cliff explosives? Because if not, I want to set that up. Yeah, I think having cliff explosives delivered is a solid idea as well. I don't know how many big mining drills I want, but I'm going to set up the cliff explosives, and we're going to just have it be a lot more reasonable. I don't want to go like... I don't want to stress Volcanus. It's kind of getting on its feet right now. This being said, we are going to be annoying some bugs right now. See, look, there's that nest there. You know, maybe I should just make a Spidertron here and just go walk around to a bunch of nests. That could be fun. That might be what we do before we leave, actually. Hold on. That has the potential to go crazy. Am I doing rockets here? An uncommon Spidertron for me? You wouldn't. Oh my god. Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. I didn't realize we were going to make so many of them. I thought we had stopped making them a while ago because we were just going to be out of fish, but I guess there's some fish in boxes. Alright, so we should probably set up... Oh my god, you had more range on the rockets. Oh, we're definitely going to be doing some messed up stuff before we leave here. Heck 'em. Maybe I'll kit this one out. Can we put a kitted one onto a ship? I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. This could be our special Spidertron, although I don't see much of a reason to take it to Fulgora with us. From my memory, there's no enemies on Fulgora, so it should be less of a necessity, though still might be nice for traveling if it's fast enough. Do we have... Can I make a request for you? Do we have any runny slappies? Actually, follow-up question. We do have a few portable fission reactors. Yoink. Eh? Something broke? Ooh, at least they're not behemoth yet, but I can't believe something broke. Oh, we're gonna need to enact some real violence. We're gonna make them rue the day. All right, so let's do a request for rocket. Make it 2,000 of them. See, now because we're hitting 2,000 rockets is really excessive. It might not be though. Now that we're hitting their nests again, they're going to be attacking our walls. I'm surprised though. It's been a while since we've actually had like... I don't know if we have exoskeletons in a box. I guess we don't. It's been a while since we've had any sieging on their nest, so... Oh, there's some right here. No, come back. I just told the bot to remove it like a dum-dum. Oh, well. Honestly, 3 might be sufficient anyways. Maybe 2 portable fission reactors is overkill. I can't believe we're actually, like, losing walls. Those heckin' jerkwads. We're making rockets somewhere, surely. We're not. Really? I guess we had no reason to before. I'm just surprised. I feel like we would have made rockets for some reason. Surely we have explosivos somewhere though, so we could set that up. This is just like while we're getting ready, you know? Did you get your things delivered? You did, partner. Can you fit down here or are you too tall? Oh, you're too heckin' tall. Surely 1 portable fission reactor is enough. I mean, it's a fission reactor, like, come on. Surely it's fine. Oh, see, this is what we were looking for. This is pod racing. Yeah, I'm excited to kit this one out. I don't really know what other things we want. I guess shields and stuff. So our explosivos are right here. We do have them in a box, and they're not being used too crazy. Oh man, coming back to Novice is kind of nostalgic. I mean, of course it's nostalgic. It's like, that's like what nostalgia is. Okay, so we're making cannon shells before. Heck, I'm clicking so wrong, but it feels so right to click regardless. Okay, so rocket. There's no way that if I just speed module the crap out of this that it can handle... This one chemical plant can handle it. Maybe I should set up a second chemical plant. You know what? Second thought, I'm being a dumb idiot head. Really tight on the sulfur design here. Whoever designed this needs to go back to engineering school. That's okay. They're doing just fine. It was me. I'm being too hard on myself. Stop breaking my walls, you jerks. I can't believe this. The disrespect. Who do you think you are? I am. Okay, so you want rockets. Honestly, you know what? That's not what I mean, that is kind of what I wanted to do. Maybe I'll just have this one be dedicated for the rockets specifically. I think that's a better idea. We'll just make it here because it's simple enough. Hit him with the Pete Weber. Some days you gotta. That's the problem with these new factories. You got no space to get under the hood. It's so true, though. These newfangled factories. Right. I wanted a chemical plant. I'm truly disturbed that we don't have, like, a chemical plant good to go here. This being said, it is the bare necessities to make it. The simple bare necessities. So we'll grab some. And I'm definitely not clicking between these tabs. Really unsure where chemical plant is on the tabs. Really confident it's in tab 2, but not seeing it anywhere. Over and over again. Certainly not what's happening. But it's possible that's exactly what was happening. You heckin' jerkwads. Oh, that's a behemoth. We're at behemoths already? Ruh-roh. And so Miko lived on Novice forever. The end. Then all the biters were dead. Forever. No, but behemoth biters probably aren't going to be that big of an issue. They're like mildly problematic at worst. So I'm not too concerned. But they are as hard as it gets, basically. Once they're behemoths, you know, they're biggies, you know? This being said, we can get more behemoths, which is obviously annoying, but so it goes. Alright, this box is going to be just full of rocks. Okay, this absolutely makes them fast enough. I think. At least it makes it at a similar speed. You should clip that as your sub notifications. That would actually go kind of crazy. Or no, we're not using the tungsten clip. I wonder if we would get sued though. That's what comes to mind. Okay, so we're now preparing things. I'm gonna go heckin' rip on these nerds. How are we doing? I assume we've already run out of tungsten plate. We have. Unfortunately, because it was so long since we've successfully like repelled people, because I didn't realize that our tungsten was so conked for so long, they really have over pushed their boundaries by a lot. So we're going to get a lot of attacks here because basically what's happening is artillery shell gets requested, gets loaded, auto targets, turns, goes, oh man, those stupid biters are within our walls, goes kablooey, can't even kill one of them anymore. Okay, that's actually a problem, because if we're not effectively killing them, then we are in fact like losing a lot on that. So we need to research more damage. Range 5 has got away. His damage time. Oh, we finished all of our Gleba researches. I didn't notice that we finished our quality. Estimated time remaining 2 hours. Is there like a lab research speed I'm missing? Alright, that's fine. No biggie. Like I said, we'll deal with it ourselves a little bit. Unfortunately, we're making rockets still at a pretty slow pace. But again, we'll focus on that later. We're not going to get like overrun. Worst case scenario, our walls keep getting damaged every now and then. It is a little annoying that we're not one-hitting them. Also, you're not that big yet. You're not going to get sued by the NBC or whatever channel is hosting the U.S. Open Bowling Championship in 2012. Look, there is nothing quite like a giant corporation scorned, you know? They could just opt to take me out. And you know what? I think it'd be pretty funny if they tried to. Actually, don't do it, NBC. I'm sorry. I know I was talking big there, but I don't really know what that would really entitle, and I don't really have a lawyer on retainer. So, yeah. This stream was sponsored by NBC. No, it wasn't. That was also a joke. Please don't sue me. I just need to stop talking about companies for like 2 seconds. All right, let's focus on making a spaceship starter kit, whatever they're called. That's probably a better place for me to go right now. Space platform starter pack recipe. So it's processing unit. That's really 1200. Why is there so much steel in that? My god. That's crazy. Why does it take so much steel? Is it because the space platform takes a crazy amount? That takes 20 steel plates for one of them? Holy cow. No wonder that's so expensive. Jiminy Christmas. Why is space so expensive? You can make a clickbait YouTube video about it? That's true. Moral of the story is we can always turn it into clickbait. The natural progression. Next Factorio stream is going to be like, NBC didn't want you to see this ... line Factorio. Man, those are expensive. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's literally nothing I could do to avoid it, but I'm just like shocked. I guess I could do like steel plate productivity, which we haven't touched like at all. So I mean, we can just queue up a couple of those. I don't see why not. 10% is like infinitely better than 0%. Heck, I'm so mad that we can't one-hit nests anymore. I was gone for a long time. The issue is like, this will be able to rip pretty hard, but I don't think the rockets are going to last very long. I kind of want to take it out for a spin though. I'm going to do it really quick. Heck it. I need some violence before I start working on this pack. Again, I don't think this ammo is going to go like anywhere, but I do want to blow up those two that I knew were low. Look how quick we are. I wish we could walk across water, but I don't think we can. Can we go over walls? Surely we can go over walls. Oh my god, look at how heckin' quick we are. Can Spidertrons walk on the oil lakes? Okay, this is actually sick. Maybe I'm taking a Spidertron with me. Was that not the nest? Oh no, it was those ones down there. I should probably get some armor on here too. Heck'em! Oh, I didn't turn on auto targeting. Hold on. Now, heck'em! Honestly, that took like no rockets at all. This is actually incredibly efficient. Something worth noting is we don't have any repair packs on us. Can I give you robots to repair yourself with? Are you just better me? Do you have some junk in your trunk right now? What are you gonna do with all of that junk? Heck'em! Okay, yeah, no, this is really efficient. So if we... Honestly, this is probably more efficient than artillery. Like, shockingly. It doesn't look like it can repair itself, which is a little bit unfortunate. Although, it's probably still smart to keep some bots in here, right? Because we can always just move this around and it'll act like us. Need to give it a personal roboport? Oh my god! I didn't realize that wouldn't work. I'm so glad you said something. I was just like, you know what? It's fine. But it ain't a roboport yet. It's just a little spider. That was pretty efficient, though. That's a good point. They put personal roboport under combat. Think about that. Says a lot about society as a whole, to be honest with you. So surely a Spidertron can't be hit by a train. I'm gonna operate under that expectation since it's so high. I can't imagine one of its legs will get hit. It'll probably just go right under it. Oh, I love this uncommon Spidertron. Really making me feel alive, RN. Okay. What were we doing? I spaced out. We were making a personal Roboport. Which means we had to pick up some stuff on belts because I am honestly just like the beltiest belt gremlin of all time, to be honest with you. There's the plastic, which means the batteries are probably somewhere around here. Did I go past the batteries? I did. I think it's possible to contrive a scenario where a Spider-Man gets hit by a train when they're incredibly reluctant to put their legs on track. Really? That's terrifying. I'm glad they're reluctant then. They should protect their little stompers. I wonder if the Spidertron could survive. Not that I'm gonna try for the record. That would be like, losing the Spidertron will probably be like real big. I'm not saying it's like end the stream emotional damage to me, but that's going to be a tough one to get through. That's going to be a real tough pill to swallow. I'm now like emotionally attached to this Spidertron. That's iron gear wheels and I'm grabbing the wrong stuff. No. Crazy how many circuits go through a base, to be honest. Okay, so now it's just iron gear wheels. I'm gonna just grab iron and just craft it myself. Boom. Where the heck's my Spidertron? Oh, can I just like tell it to go somewhere? Oh, you know what? It probably has the wrong one selected. It's on the map, isn't it? There it is. Oh my god. That's so heckin' cool. Like, unironically. Cool. And it's getting Mondo rockets and everything. See, we're cooking now. I realize now that I probably don't have to distribute the rockets in an inappropriate way. Because, like, it'll just keep switching between the two that have left. I was trying to, like, even them out in all 4 slots, but I don't think that's necessary. Okay, so we're going to park you over here for now. Can this be like a landfill bridge over water? Exactly as wide as the tracks. Very interesting. That's so specific, but I dig it. And we're going to build a new space platform. Cardlonic kind of goes crazy, but for now this is going to be... Oh, this is the hardest part. In RuneScape 3, not old school, in player-owned ports, I had a boat, and it was just called the Susan, and I think about that a lot. What a crazy name for a boat. But we already have the Artemis, so I don't really want to do another the name. What's a very Fulgora name? Maybe something with Tesla in it? What the heck am I thinking of? Words synonymous with love? No, with electricity. We gotta make it sound cool. What are some words associated with electricity? Current, voltage, resistance, charge, electron. What the heck? Congratulations, you got auto modded. They got oily, lightnings, and junks. What a crazy thing for junk to be auto modded. I know it's a little sensitive sometimes, but like, if someone's calling me junk, I'm probably just gonna turn it into a junk in the trunk joke and go past it, to be honest. Resistor, capacitor. Oily, lightning, and junk. Oil, lightning, junk. Could be the garbage truck. I mean, that doesn't really follow the like really dramatic space design. But we also have Miko's Milk Factory. Maybe this is the trash man. And it just like goes in the ring and eats a bunch of garbage. I don't know. This one might be in the air. I might have to think about this one a little bit. We will grab our planet icon, which is certainly somewhere. Oh, is it in the space section? It is. Maybe we'll just call it that for now, because we can rename them anytime, I think. Inductor is a cool electricity word. It is. How about solemn inductor for now? Solemn's a pretty intense word. That might be more than I want. Okay, so let us give it its thing. Oh, come on. There's definitely something requesting this because look, it's not a space platform yet, but it is requesting to be alive. Therefore, you should accept this automatically. Maybe if it was in a box, I would have actually accepted it now that I'm thinking about it. Rather than in my inventory. All right, we'll turn on automatic request again. The solemn inductor is now in the sky. I guess it's just solemn inductor. But it's, you know, the radiant starfarer. Maybe I just need to, like, remove the from the Artemis. But no, the Artemis sounds so cool. The Artemis needs like spaces in its name. Maybe not. Maybe the solemn inductor needs not spaces. It's not important right now. I mean, it is kind of super important. I said it wasn't important and I lied. That's life. Okay, so a new space platform. Obviously, we need to make it bigger. It doesn't really matter too much where the hub itself is. But we don't want to find too much excess, basically. Again, I have to be a little bit jank because I can't make this bigger. Whoops. We're certainly going to want it to be, like, bigger. So I'm going to just start with this for now. Then we can expand outwards, because there's no chance this is going to be at the very end either way. I think what I want to practice with first is just giving us some more space on this top side here. I was pretty sure I had a lot of this stuff in boxes, and I'm hoping that that starts happening soon. Okay, cool. It is. I was like, I'm pretty sure I got a bunch. They're just taking a little bit of time, which makes sense. Even with all these speed modules. I wonder at what point you just want to stop making speed modules and make a whole extra silo. Okay, so what are you doing just really quickly? Are you... Yep, you're just delivering the tungsten plate to Novice over and over again, and you look like you're doing fine on that. The Artemis is successfully doing agricultural science, although looking at it now too, we're just gonna kind of be wasting agricultural science. So we should research a few other things with agricultural science first. I know I was a little mad about the artillery shells, but genuinely they could just wait. They're not that important. I didn't do stack inserters yet? Okay, no, I definitely had a lot more to do. I was thinking I was like set, nah. Asteroid productivity? Okay, there's some meaty sciences that we have. Transport belt, what is this? You could stack things higher on belts? That's actually the coolest thing I've seen in my life. I didn't know that was a thing. I've looked at a lot of the sciences in this game. That is so cool. Is that not insane? Increase the height of stacked layers and items on transport belt. That's just insane. I can't believe that's a thing. How is that real? Huh, okay. Kind of losing myself on that one. Oh yeah, you're gonna place it in a real awkward way for a while. That's fine. That's what stack inserters are all about. I don't think I've ever used a stack inserter ever. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I'm pretty sure it is. Man. Real rough that they have almost 3,000 health already. Okay, so we're gonna wait for that to go up. I'm gonna do a run with the spider trend. I think that's what we're gonna do is we're gonna bounce between waiting for stuff to build. At least at this part, we need to wait for a little bit and then just doing around with the Spidertron. How is the Spidertron doing? Ah, yeah, it's pod racing time. You know what I should also do is make a request for repair packs. Just 100's probably sufficient. I can't imagine it'll take that much. I should also probably make armor for it before we go out. Energy shield. Okay, it's apparently really easy to make energy shields. I don't know how big they are. Actually, it probably says it on them. They're 2x2s. How many of these can we fit in here? 4 of them looks just fine, actually. There might be other stuff we want to put in there regardless later on, but you know, that's okay. Energy shields means we get a little bit of buffer between how much damage we're taking. It'll save us on repair packs, so I imagine that this is a good thing to have. I don't really know what else we'd put in here. It's unfortunate because I think that the extra like line on the edge here is because it's uncommon. Maybe I get creative and put some other stuff in there. Okay. See, when I see bars like this, it takes me straight back to, like, playing StarCraft Brood War. The good old days. You think we can cross this water here? You think our Tootsie Rolls can slip across? Oh, yeah, we can. You picked the wrong day to be a biter, my friend. This is the best. Gleba is the best. Why go to Gleba first? This is why. I didn't realize how cool these things were. I should have. I mean, I always thought they were cool, but I've never actually used one. I just thought they'd be fun to walk around with. Oh, you guys kind of hurt. The energy shields were a great call. Those are like just enough to keep us going. Supremely efficient use of rockets, probably. I mean, I imagine it's efficient. It's a lot more obnoxious for us to get artillery here. It's crazy how the spitters fire so far ahead of us, or the worms. Look at that. It's like you're going to be over there at some point. You're right, I will, but not today, my friend. Not today. We're almost out of rockets, but we've done a good clearing of the north side. Actually, we should have excess rockets inside still. We do. I don't know if we'll fire slower if they're in one stack. I'm assuming it won't fire any slower. We could try to incorporate... Oh, there's an artillery shell. We should go support it. I just saw it hit to the south of us here. Yeah, it looks like it got most of the stuff done. Okay, so it is slower if it's just the one slot, so we actually do want to disperse them. Okay, cool. You know, I didn't know. I was kind of jumping back and forth on if it would be or not. This is nice, though. This is satisfying. Alright, where are all these jerks coming from? This corner keeps getting attacked. Probably all the way out there. Oh, nope, here it is. I don't actually think we can clear all this out. I think we can get kind of close, but I don't think we can finish it. Being slow is kind of ultra cringe here. We must retreat, unfortunately. Honestly, I could probably just get on the ground and finish them. No, I don't have any ammo, actually. Did a number on that nest, though, so hopefully they'll stop blowing up this corner. Very satisfying. At one point, this turned into StarCraft, and I'm glad that it did. Unfortunately, I think I've stalled out not enough time. I don't think that the Solomon Ductor is ready to go yet. It is not, but it's close enough, so we can start working on making a few crushers. I don't know how many crushers we're going to need is the thing. But we do need to make some of them. Do I have crushers in a box somewhere or being crafted is question number 1, and it's what we will check on. I like our green pond. We're so good for the environment. We do not have any crushers set up right now, so I guess we'll just make some. They're easy enough to make. Steel plates, electric engine units in low density. You know we've got low density up the heckin'... up the hoo-ha. We have an abundance of low density structure. Actually, it's not even really an abundance anymore. But we usually have a good amount, but now that we're working on ships, they're going to be hurting a little bit. We will in fact grab some electric engine units. We'll make 5 crushers. We'll still going to need thrusters and stuff too, but, you know. Step 1 is trying to figure out what the heck these crushers are going to look like, because that's where my brain's at. I want to find out basically how much space we're going to need, because if we're going to need the ship to be much more wide, I mean, we shouldn't need it to be wide no matter what. We could make things like sideways, basically. But with my original design of the ships, I have this one sushi belt feeding ammo around the edges of the ships, which takes in on the outside the asteroids. The bullets are on the inside, and then the asteroids are grabbed by the crushers, which then process them. That design might work again, but I don't know. It's the best I've got to start with. Why is there like a gorillion bots here? I'm actually really surprised that there's so many bots that came from there. Was there just like a crazy amount of damage or something? Surely not. Either way, it's not important. I need to focus on the ship for now. I'm getting distracted again. Let us go over to the rocket silo, which was just north of us, where our Spidertron is, and we'll load it up with stuff. And we'll try to start figuring this out. So, I'm going to turn off automatic requests on this one. So this one can be my personal one for setting stuff up. We want to put in some of these, and we want to put in a pretty tremendous amount of belts. Of course, for now, we're not going to be able to do too much, but that's okay. Looks like our walls are being pushed back a little bit, which is nice. Again, I don't think we're going to be overrun at any point, but when they hit nests like this, I could see a lot of jerks coming. Yeah, there's even a behemoth there, but we've already been doing like a number on it. As long as they don't regenerate too much, because you'll notice they get like, what, 1 health per second or something. As long as they don't get too much, it won't be too much of a waste, but it still is like a little annoying. Alright, we're working on fish breeding and tool belt equipment now. I'm kind of wondering what to do with Gleba Science after we finish our researches, right? Because if we're not doing Gleba Science, I guess we could still deliver it. There's no reason not to, I guess. But it's just going to sit there and then rot. I don't think it'll ever truly back up because of the rotting, but I just don't know. All right, let me drop off those rocket turrets while you're above Novice. We do produce a good amount of rockets, which will be nice to take advantage of. I'm going to just send up belts and stuff that the inductor is going to need. And now let us look. Okay, cool. So we have like most of a platform now. Let's start like sussing out what we need to do. We don't actually need real ones of these, but it's nice to visualize, so I want to send up some of them. So, wow, there's a lot more things to do now. Advanced ones, I guess there's only 3 new ones. Because we have reprocessing, which I think we have to research as well, which lets us take something that we have excess of, and then we could have a chance to turn it into something else. So we can just keep looping things we have extra of, and we can turn that on. Advanced metallic asteroid crushing recipe gives us 10 iron ore for 1 instead of 20, and 4 copper ore. Carbonic gives us carbon, sulfur, and chunks. And this gives us calcite. So we're definitely going to need to do advanced oxide asteroid crushing. Because our goal here is going to be Where doth be? Obviously, we don't have these up here yet. But our goal is going to be to do advanced thruster and advanced oxidizer. Now, I'm a little confused because carbon we can do, calcite we can do with this recipe here. This produces calcite, ice, and oxide. So we need calcite for both these and iron ore. Iron ore is easy. You know, the default one of this produces a bunch of carbon. The advanced one makes sulfur and the other advanced one makes copper. Why would we want that? That's the question I'm at right now. Why would I want sulfur and why would I want copper? Sulfur can be used in explosives, coal synthesis, chemical science pack, and sulfuric acid. I have to imagine that flamethrower turrets don't work in space on account of how space like exists as a concept. So I don't know what we would want. We could synthesize coal up here, but I don't know why we would. Like, what would be the benefit to making coal in space? We could burn it. We could make grenades. Maybe down the line it makes more sense. I know that at some point you get like rail guns or whatever. I don't even know if that'll show up here yet. Railgun. That takes explosives. So I don't know. Okay, so used to break even the biggest hazard. So okay, so that's why we would want coal here at some point. The coal and sulfur are for later down the line. We don't have railguns yet, and I don't know what they're from. Let me see. I know that they exist, but I didn't know what they were from. So it looks like the railgun is going to be from the next planet. So it's not necessary yet. $10K physical is really cool. I wonder if they have piercing. It would make sense if it's a railgun. Oh my god, we can get one for ourselves too, not just turrets. Hold on. Fighters are never going to be the same. All right, let's not think about it. So here's the issue. Or I guess issue is not the quite the right word. I don't think we have a reason to really get coal. I'm going to check on copper to see if there's anything I'm forgetting about. But I don't see a benefit. We'd have to do steel. We could theoretically do armor piercing rounds, but I don't think it's necessary. It takes up extra space. Oh, we'd have to start doing steel. It wouldn't be so bad. I don't know. I feel like armor piercing rounds is overkill for what we're doing. Obviously, we're going to need to eventually use the railgun, and that's why we have those other recipes. But in the meantime, like 2 copper plates to 2 firearm magazines, we would be making a lot of excess copper and dumping a lot of excess copper. What's our damage looking like? It's 8 versus 8 plus 11.2 versus 5 plus 7. So I mean, it is a lot more. 19.2 versus 12. Still struggle to like justify it though, because I mean, okay, maybe it will be necessary. Maybe we make fuel so fast now that having better firearms is necessary. I could see that being a thing, because fuel before was our limiting factor and it won't be anymore. If you want, you can use copper and steel to make space platforms in space. I haven't tried it though. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about that. Tune back in the first thing my brain locks in on is dumping. I'm glad that the dumping is what brought you here today. Sometimes we need a big old dumper in our life. All right, so very interesting. So I could see 2 ways right now. I can try to design this ahead of what I need. I could try to design this with the production of rail gun ammo in mind. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but I could. The idea of making space platform in space is kind of cool too. I wonder if I should make like a space platform that just kind of floats above Novice and does that kind of stuff. That would be kind of cool. And then just drop space platform and stuff. For now, let's focus on what the Solomon Ductor is made to do, which is to get to Fulgora. So we're going to focus on our advanced oxide processing. So normally it's 1 oxide asteroid chunk is 5 ice and 20% chance for another one. This is 3 ice, 2 calcite, and then a 5% chance. So we have a 1 in 4 chance to get as much oxide asteroid chunks back. However, we need the calcite period. I've had ice be an issue before, so I think we're going to need to reprocess things into oxide. What I'm looking at here is that oxide is going to be the big issue here. Let us look at the space map really quickly and let us evaluate what the air above Fulgora is like. Or no, it's not the space map. It is this menu. The Factoriopedia. I almost made it. Space route from Novice to Fulgora. So we have an excess of metallic, which goes downwards. We have an excess of carbonic, which goes downwards. Looks like a medium metallics start to be a thing. I don't know the difference between a medium and a small one. Ooh, okay, so the medium ones, this gives us 2 chunks per 1 small metallic asteroid. This one gives us effectively 6, which is nice because in spite of it only having 4 times the health, I guess it has more than 4 times the health because if it splits into 3 of them, it'll be 7 times the health. Oh my god, there's huge ones. We're gonna have to deal with the big ones eventually too. That's spooky. We're definitely gonna need to put more chutzpah in our firepower. I wonder if rocket turrets are viable in space. I have to feel like they have to be almost too slow, right? Rockets take a little bit to get to their target, so if you're zipping through space, I feel like asteroids are just gonna conk you. Maybe they eat too much. I don't know. This is gonna be a learning experience for sure. So we're going to be seeing carbonic and metallic primarily. What else are we going to see is the question. The oxide is going to be really rare. Halfway through the trip, medium oxides are going to peak, which is nice. But I think that's what we're going to have to look at, is basically processing these down into oxide asteroid chunks. Which feels like it's going to be really confusing to do, but nothing else, this is where we got to start, is with this. Let's look at numbers. I'm going to just move these here so they're centered for myself. So these will take 0.2 iron, 0.1 calcite, and 10 water to produce 150 of the coolant per second. Same ratio, but with carbon there. So water is gained from ice. Calcite is also gained from ice. We need a lot of ice. Ice is basically like the be-all, end-all here. So I feel kind of validated in what I'm thinking. Carbonic reprocessing, metallic ore reprocessing, and then crushing. But at the same time, would there be benefit to us having a normal crusher? I mean, this takes so little water, I think, compared to the normal one. Let me place a few more of these down so I can see. Actually, we could just look at the recipe, right? In the pedia. So 2 iron, 10 water is 75 fuel normally. 2 iron, 100 water, which is 10 times as much, is 20 times as much fuel. So this is probably fine without needing another one, just because it's 20 times as much fuel than the other one for 10 times the input. So it's a lot more efficient. It's actually crazy efficient how much you get from the water. As long as you can keep the water flowing, which is what I'm really concerned about right now. Is this even? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, this is even right now. It doesn't look even, but it is even. It's 22 blocks and then whatever the center thing is here. But the blocks on the side are even, which is what I wanted. So here's the thing, right? That was really satisfying that we had like just enough blocks to do that. We're going to need to pull in things. We're going to be able to successfully kill things. We're going to be able to produce ammo for our turrets to kill the asteroids. I don't think we're going to need many turrets on the backside. Oh, this is going to be so confusing. I'm so bad at ship stuff. If you thought other stuff was bad, this is going to be a heckin' chore. Maybe it's already too wide. Can we dismantle this? We can. I'm glad that they're very kind with this. So. We need asteroid collectors. Ideally, higher quality asteroid collectors so they have more range. I think we start there first. I said that and then I immediately went to like hand make some. This requester chest tech kind of goes insane. Wonder how many asteroid collectors we need. Is there any stats on how much they grab? 43 kilometers per hour means nothing to me. What do you mean collection arms count? That goes up with quality? No way. Heck. Now I really wish we had recyclers. I didn't realize that they would get multiple arms. That's like a huge boon. Oh, we also need to deal with power too. What are our options for power in space? I mean, we could theoretically do boilers, but I don't think that's a good idea. We did solar panels before, but I think our solar panels are going to start having real issues. It's beautiful. Two-armed Larry, you made it. Oh my god, three-armed Lisa made it too. Holy, this is going crazy right now. Haters will say it's fake, but believers know that we just live that gambling lifestyle and it just always pans out every time. I'm gonna be so sad if those break. Those are gonna be like real emotionally devastating to lose. So I gotta be careful on those ones, but I'm very happy to see them. I'll send some undergrounds as well in the meantime. So how are we going to do our power? Okay, that's like issue number one. I guess there's a lot of issues, okay? But the power is an issue because solar panels are going to be stinky. We could just put down a ton of solar panels, but we're going to need like a lot. Fulgora is like really conked on solar power. 120 solar power in space versus Novice, which is at 300%. Even Glebo was struggling, so this is going to be even worse. And this is going to take a lot of power. Now, we can get kind of far with efficiency modules. What else can we do for power? So let's think about power options. We could put a nuclear reactor up here. Probably not going to pan out. Would take a lot of effort to keep it fueled. And if it got hit, it would blow a hole in the ship. Which would be funny. But probably not efficient. Rocket capacity 1 for centrifuges leads me to believe that you can't. Although you can put nuclear reactors on rockets. Hold on. Is that actually viable? Am I losing it right now? We could also technically burn carbon for steam turbines. I feel like solar panels aren't cutting it anymore. I'm doing a Google search to see what people do. Just like see a few images of it. I don't want anyone to explain the right answer to me, but I just want to see. Fission is definitely viable. Okay, that makes me feel a little better about it. How the heck does this ship work? This person's got like 10 million depots and then just like nuclear on it. That's crazy. How does that happen? You don't even process the things up here. Oh my god, wait, they're making molten iron and stuff up here? This is like past my brain. So if we make coal, we could do coal power. We could also try to do fission power up here as well. Molten iron is also interesting with calcite. I feel like that's getting real wacky. I didn't even consider calcite to be like on the spectrum for a fuel. Huh. That is so weird. I didn't think that like a foundry in space would even be viable. It is interesting though conceptually, because you could use the foundry to store, like theoretically store a bunch of bullets in the form of liquid. And it would get a lot of productivity too. Really, it takes a crazy amount of power though. See, the thing is if we're doing nuclear reactors, right? We would just have to shoot up fuel every time? There's no way we could make it on site. Slowly clearing out the biters that are near us, which is nice too. I'm so confused at how people make this seem so easy. I mean, that's just kind of what Factorio is. It's like, it seems impossible, at least for me at times, until it becomes very possible. God, our heckin' spaghetti on our cables kind of drives me crazy, but that's fine. I need to look at our power plant. I need to like visualize. Where the heck's the power plant? There it is. So you take uranium fuel cells. Uranium fuel cells are made through a centrifuge, which is just uranium processing. There's no way you can make uranium up there. There'd be no reason to. You would shoot up a bunch of uranium ore? No. There's no way. Surely you just shoot up a bunch of cells every now and then because it's like, it's 8 gigajoules of fuel. Right? So theoretically, it should just not matter. Does this function like a steam engine functions where like these will only consume as much electricity as they need? Then that would make sense to me. That would make a great deal of sense. As long as like, because heat is weird, right? Because this is just going to get colder over time. But will it get colder if it's not being used? Turbine scale with demand. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. I was thinking about how like eventually this would just run out of fuel and the ship would just drift back to a planet, but that totally makes sense. Maybe I'll do that then. I'm just concerned that, I mean, we don't need like anything crazy. Like one of these should be enough to make the ship like fine, right? Maybe 2 if we're feeling spicy, but 40 megawatts. Let's go see how much like the Starfarer uses, right? How much do you produce? You have a power pole? You don't have power poles in space. How do I see how much power you make? Can I see under production? How the heck do you see the power of a space platform? Surely there's some way to do it. Click hub and then lightning bolt icon. Whoa, thanks. Okay, so this uses 7 megawatts, and one of those, I mean, it maxes out at 7 megawatts, and it runs out of power, or the accumulators between its trips, which is 20 megajoules, which is like an okay amount stored. But yeah, that should be fine then. One of them should be fine. I really did not think I'd be putting a very easily detonatable nuclear power plant on the ship, but it makes sense, I guess. We can do that, I guess. It makes me a little bit stressed, but I don't think the solar panels are going to keep cutting it, so we have to figure out something. I just don't know what the heck that something would be other than this. So we'll do that then. Spooky, but probably more efficient. I think I just have that innate fear of like a nuclear reactor exploding, like that normal human fear of boom, you know? Whoops. Heck. I was hoping we'd come back and there were like 3 more uncommon ones. Alright, I'm gonna set up that thing I was talking about before. So I want to put a filter on this and just have this be asteroid collector and then have it be specifically less than uncommon, I guess would be sufficient for what I'm looking for. Then this one will be filtered for greater than or equal to uncommon. I didn't set it up right. Asteroid collector greater than or equal to, or that's less than or equal to. I always mix them up. Look, school was tough. It's been a tough life. Okay, so now if it spits out any uncommon ones, they'll be there. It's kind of like, I was gonna say it's kind of a waste of materials, but it's really not that bad. Okay, I definitely set this up wrong, but that's okay. Like I said, I mix it up. It's been a while. We can recycle these later, so it's not that bad to have extra of them. Hoping we hit the fatty, rare nuclear reactor. That would be nice. The biters are being real cringe today. How is the Spidertron looking? Oh man, I gotta take it for a walk. Oh, we have so many explodey woadies too. Thank goodness. So we're gonna try to set up nuclear, I guess. How much does one steam turbine produce? Max output of 5.82 megawatts. So it's 40 for a single nuclear reactor. That makes 5.82. So even just like, how much did we say that the Starfarer had? This caps out at 14, so 3 steam turbines already puts us ahead of the other power setup. Really small footprint too on the actual ship itself, so some benefit to that. We're saving some space. I'm gonna walk right through them out of spite. Oh, one of my bots died. I'm sorry, bots. My defense, I didn't think they'd have a behemoth worm. Whoa. They became one with iron ore. They're actually getting real beefy this far out. I really want to focus on the ones in the artillery range for now, because that means that if we clear these out... Oh, I can't believe they have stupid green ones. If we clear this out, this means that our artillery, once we have more of it around, we'll be able to just kind of like keep it clean instead of backlogging it now. Is this a dead end over here? That would be nice if it was. It's not. Obliterated. Keep him guessing. Hit him with the the long legs. Those behemoth fighters are tanky though. Watching them take like 5 or 6 rockets and they're just gonna get stronger as time goes on too. The behemoth spitters are going to just be really troublesome. They will absolutely melt our walls when we're not around. Doing a little due diligence to keep it clean now is certainly going to keep Novice happy when we're chilling on Fulgora. Plus I get to blow stuff up, which was genuinely like the main goal here. I can't help Sam. Like, come on, you gotta take advantage of the cool giant spider robot you made, especially an uncommon one. And it gets me an excuse to not think about the space platform so my head doesn't blow up. The rockets look so cool spilling out of the Spidertron. Oh my god, I know, right? I love it. I never really gave rockets a try before, like meaningfully. So it's really fun to see them be like as powerful as they are. I've obviously done tank shells before, because we use those to take out the, whatever the heck they're called, the big worms. But rockets are heckin' cool, although I'm sure they're a lot less cool. I mean, they were cool in the rocket turrets too, but I'm sure they're less cool when it comes to like firing them out of your own rocket launcher, but maybe they still go crazy. I just don't want the explosive ones to conk us. I saw recently a post that came into my feed that was talking about how quality trains might be a thing soon in Factorio, and I was like, oh, I'm super excited about that. Quality is just such a fun thing conceptually. I really want to sink my teeth into it more though, because I feel like my understanding of quality is very like base level and needs to be improved a lot. But man, trains are just interesting. In the modded playthrough that I was doing with my roommate, which is Stellar Horizons, they have like trains for water, which makes me think that there's going to be some water planet, which must be interesting. Some of the creativity, or the level of creativity that people bring in making mods and games like this is insane. I don't want to say I'm jealous, because jealous is the wrong word, but I'm very impressed by like how crazy creative and smart people are that make mods for games. Nothing about respect for that, because I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're making a mod for a game, chances are you're not making a bunch of money off it or anything. It's going to take a long period of time, and it's just like something for fun. Like that is passion in itself, you know? Maybe I'm overblowing it, but I just think they're so cool. It's so cool. It's also crazy people make like art for Factorio by 3D modeling it in Blender. It is really cool. I've been learning like as of like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I'm still super new to it and I haven't put in a ton of time yet, but I've been trying to learn Blender for like animation and stuff, because I've always wanted to make like fan animations of things, just things that I've been passionate about. Not even like, you know, anything crazy, just something that I think would be fun to make and post on YouTube or like show to friends or something. And Blender is a beast to try and learn, at least for me. Like I've had no experience with it or anything in the past, so it's been quite difficult to get the hang of. But it's a really powerful tool. And you know, I've seen in my feed people talking about Blender stuff now, because of course, you know, Jeff Bezos is always listening to us. So anything you say or do, you know, you'll see it in your social media feed soon enough. But I've seen people like, I modeled this person and it only took me like 6 hours today, and it's like this really impressive, like basically like an art piece. It's like sculpting something like out of like, I don't know, what do people sculpt out of rock? I don't know. It's really cool though. The stuff you can do is so like really impressive that people manage to do, and I'd like to learn a lot one day, but it's going to be a very slow thing. I can tell it's going to take me a long time to be able to get to that point. But man, that stuff is so cool. Wholeheartedly agree. I'd like to say maybe I'd make a mod someday, but I don't think I would have the brain to make a mod for Factorio that would be interesting. You know, I think that if I tried to make a Factorio mod, I would probably flub really hard on like the balance aspect and stuff like that. So I don't think that would be my strong suit. I'd probably spend more time making it like visually appealing than fun, which is certainly not a great way to do it. Probably. Oh, did we make our thingy yet? We did make our thingy. That is a portable fission reactor. That is not... God, it feels so weird. I did not think I'd be doing this. But I mean, it should be easy enough, right? It doesn't really eat through cells, and as long as it stops by eventually, it should pick up cells and be fine. We might want to dedicate some extra storage, though, because the internal storage is so small. I didn't really run with any of the cargo bays before, but I can see a use case for it if we're storing power in there. I don't know how big they are, so let's make a few of them. We can fit up to 10 on a ship, so we should be sure to add other stuff as well. Probably a stack of efficiency modules, maybe. I don't know if we're even going to need that much efficiency modules now, to be honest. We're certainly going to need some assembling machines, so I'm going to put some of those on there. 20 is excessive, but, you know, as long as the thing's full, it's fine. We're going to need a boatload of PPAs. I should probably just start placing some PPAs so it requests some. Although I could just have the thing request PPAs on its own, right? PPA. 200 PPAs. There is like a downside to grabbing too many PPAs because they just kind of take up a bunch of space, but we could just shoot them back down afterwards. Surely Novice has underground PPAs. Or no, didn't I just make PPAs for the first time? We do have underground PPAs, okay. That was Volcanus. I was thinking, speaking of, let's do a sweeping look to see how everything's doing. This is about what I expected after our initial influx of filling the belts again and filling this box especially, which is where the requests are coming from. These chests are now staying open, and it looks like our train is remaining here longer as well. I think what I'm going to do is make it so that this train, now that I see how this is going, it only has any ore left in the middle one, so I'm going to give it a wait condition for a time passed as well. Because that way it'll just keep everything full. You know, we'll just do 2 minutes and we'll do ore. That way, again, like I said, it'll waste a little bit of fuel, yes, but this way, you know, it won't come back and then sit here while this lane is empty and this lane is empty while this one's still empty. I guess technically only this one would be empty because these two would be sharing. There's probably a more eloquent way to do it, but I think this is a good idea. Feels really quick how it loads too. But regardless, that did fix our problem with tungsten. Let's look at Cleva. Assuming we don't see like a warning for anything. Oh my god, that is a nightmare. Taking a Spidertron out there would be nice. I forgot we have an extra Spidertron, so let me see what's going on. This looks good. It's about as much science as we would expect. The iron plates are still looking sad, but I think that's just going to be a final state until... Basically, if the ship ever stops running, the iron plates look a lot nicer, but that's not going to happen for a while. As long as we're shipping science. Although again, like, I almost feel like once a few of these are done, we don't really need to ship Gleba science. They might just be better to let the Artemis chill for a little bit and just let this science spoil, but that feels bad. I don't know. It's weird that there's like a time limit on it. We have to keep producing science, period. If we stop producing science, we start producing eggs, and we don't want to produce eggs. So we might be making excess science, but I don't know. I'm just going to think about it for now. It works for the time being, so we'll leave it for the time being. So where is our cargo bay? There it is. There are 2 Spidertrons in here. There's 2 in here? That means we accidentally requested an extra one, which means there are now 3 Spidertrons here. Can I place a Spidertron? That possible? I can. Sweet. That's so cool. So it is left click to select. We have these 2 selected now. We'll have them move up here. It looks like I can shift right click and then left click these so that they will also request for rockets. Oh boy. Our rocket belt is fully backed up now, so there is excess rockets here, so these ones will start to fill. There's not a crazy amount, it looks like, currently, because that one just finished filling up, but now we will have 3 killing machines full of rockets. Should probably get personal roboports for them, but I don't know if we have the stuff to make that in boxes, unfortunately. I didn't think about that before I left. Certainly not. As long as they get back, the bots should repair them, though, but if there happens to be an issue where things get too close to us, I can hopefully send out the death squad, all 3 of them, just blow up everything. Oh, this one's so cool. I want to make you green because you're the uncommon one. Ah, yeah, that's spooky. No, 239, that's a good number. For a moment, I thought the inductor was going places, and I was real concerned. All right, so we have a nuclear reactor. We also need to ship up... what are they called? Steam doohickeys and heat doohickeys in a heat to steam transmitter, which are definitely what they're called and I'm not losing it. Heat exchanger and heat pipes, which thankfully we have actually, so I can just go grab some of those. Honestly, I'll just grab 50. 50 is almost certainly excessive. I think 4 is also excessive for this. It's fine. We'll shoot them up. We can shoot them back down later and they'll just go into storage chests. Honestly, I'll just do only 25 for now. I think 25 is even overdoing it. Because, like, what I'm looking at now is, like, our peak power is more than enough to run that. This is going to be, like, this on its own is already, like, way more power. I think. I hope. I forgot to grab the other things, the turbines. They were like a foot away, too. That's so embarrassing that I made everything perfect. Okay. I should only need 4, right? We'll start with the 4. We can only shoot up more. Okay, so 4 of those. I don't think we can really find anything else. Oh, perfect. 1 inserter. Sure, we can find a use for 1 inserter. Maybe we want a green one instead, though. Up to the inductor we go. My throat is heckin' scratchy. I have not been drinking a requisite amount of water, and I am now paying for my sins. This is your friendly reminder to remain hydrated, or else I will come for you. I will find you. I should really set up automation for chemical plants. I say this like every time. Although now I've gotten real lazy with my automation. Now that I can, I'm just like, what if I just put down a box and then put down an assembler and then I put down one of these and then bada bing, bada boom. I want to move this a little bit though. I should stop sticking them in such weird spots, but it shouldn't matter too much. Sometimes I just admire the Spidertron. It's so heckin' cool. I really like it. Okay, so back to the inductor. I know I'm kind of putting this off installing a little bit. I accept that, but I'm intimidated. Okay, so what is a cargo bay? Thank you for coming to my lecture on what a cargo bay is. A cargo bay is a bay that increases the hub and landing pad inventory size. It gives 20 inventory bonus to the hub upon installation and makes it look a little bit bigger, which is cool. I think I want even more of these. Cargo output cargo hatch bonus. What is output cargo hatch bonus? It's not orbital drop slots. Hatch bonus. Does that mean that the eggs hatch faster? I know that that's almost certainly not the case for the record. It means that we can probably have more things delivered at once? Or they'll be delivered quicker because they have little like holes to shoot stuff out and land stuff, maybe? That's my guess. I'm guessing by hatch it means like this thing. These have a hatch on each of them. How much internal storage are we going to need, though, is the question. We will absolutely need a request for fuel. Is it under fuel? It is. Uranium fuel cell. Nuclear fuel is a thing? Wait, that's crazy. I didn't realize that was a thing. We probably want to keep 200 at any given moment. I feel like that's like shooting it even low. This is going to be so weird. I think I want to make the power towards the back of the ship. Doesn't seem too illogical to follow that logic to do so. That way, if something happens to the front, there's damage or whatever, the back can take the brunt of it. This design worked fine before. There might be an excess. How many kills have these gotten? 115, 174. These do get kills on occasion, just not very frequently. 12, or that was 12 ammo, not 12 kills. How many kills do you have? 80. I wonder if these ever get meaningful kills. It's a shame we don't have more range. It'd be nice if we could just focus on only like defenses on the top half, because it takes up a bit of space. So we have to do that belt feeding ammo probably. Maybe the sushi belt's just going to be like a necessity for us. I don't know. I don't know. Let's start designing a little bit and see. So we have our nuclear reactor. So weird putting one of these in space. I know it's probably not that weird. Oh, but you know what we could actually do too is we can feed it from the silo itself, right? Not that I want it to feed right now, so don't actually do that. Sorry for pretending. You get fed, your heat goes up, you... Heat exchanger, ow. These heckin' jerks. The audacity. Look at that jerk. I just cleared up here. There was nothing here. They're actually expanding really quickly. I'm surprised at how quick it is, to be honest with you. Okay, so back to what I was focusing on before they were being jerks. I can have this like here. No, I need more space. I was thinking that if I could underground pipe it over here, it would save some space though. Something like this. We have an inserter here. We have pipes that go... Maybe we store water over here on this side here? I don't know why I'm typing water here. I meant, drum? Is that the word? No. Storage tank. Tank is the word. Can always make it wider. I'm just looking at space right now and trying to think with, like, that in mind. Okay, so we need to produce the water still too. So that's something else. Is that in a chemical plant? I believe it's in a chemical plant. We have a chemical plant up here already because it already requested one now that we have it in a box. So now that most things we need are in boxes, they'll just shoot up as we build with them, which is a nice little bonus. Wait. Can I turn the steam into water? That's kind of like crazy if that's viable. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. That's a lot of steam, but like that would mean that like we have to stress way less up the line. Because the calcite, I feel like, is not going to be the issue. I think it's the ice that's an issue. The calcite is, like, abundant. The ice needs to be used several steps down, basically. You can, but where's the steam coming from? Oh, yeah, I need water to make steam, don't I? Wait, hold on. Let's run some numbers here. How much water do you consume? 10.3 per second. And you output how much steam from the steam doohickey? You consume 60... No, you consume 60 steam. Will this make enough? Turns water into steam. Consume 10 water per second. Generates 103 steam. Which, by my numbers, means that it is certainly... not efficient because you consume 100 to 1,000. Heck, I thought I just broke the system, to be honest with you. I felt like a genius for like one whole second in my mind. That was... I felt like I unlocked the secret of the Da Vinci Code. That was nuts. Because 90 water in, yeah, okay. This produces 100 water for 1,000 steam. I was almost... I felt like I had really unlocked. I'm really concerned about the ice still. Heck. Okay, so... ice turns into water. All right. I wish I could draw, like take notes on the screen. Not that it would really help me, but I'm going to keep referencing the same numbers. 1 ice is 20 water, right? This produces ice at a slower pace than normal. We're going to need a lot of water, actually. Thinking about this critically, water for this as well. I don't know if 1 crusher is going to cut it. I mean, really the issue is how many asteroids can we get? When we're sitting here, we're getting like nothing because there's only tiny asteroids. We will be getting more with bigger asteroids, but at the cost of having to spend more ammo as well. Or I guess any ammo because there's none spent here. Heck, this is complex. This is like what I was dreading. It's not that bad, but I'm dreading it a little bit. So let's think. Let's think. We could set up circuit conditions for these specifically. We obviously are going to need to use these regardless. Like, these are non-negotiable. This is also non-negotiable. What I'm wondering now is, do I want an extra one that specifically produces ice? The benefit of that is I could technically turn off the calcite one if we have an excess of calcite and then get more ice, which I do think is a real possibility for us to face. I don't know if we will face it, but I think it's a possibility to face, which is why I don't want to really ignore it. The ratio is 5 ice versus 3 ice, so it is almost twice as much ice, and it spits out oxidized more often as well. We're going to need water to fuel the ship now if we're not doing solar panels, but how much? Good questions, but ones I currently lack the answer to, but gosh, I'm hoping we'll come together. Could theoretically have a belt feed it, and this would help on the space. Underground, or not underground, a long-handed belt specifically sorted. I'm not going to sort for anything right now, but that kind of helps on space a little bit. This here will produce 22 megawatts of power. All right, 22 is not bad. But man, I feel like I'm really struggling with the water. In my mind, water has been such a big issue for us that I can't imagine us being okay with this. The way to get more water is... I'm surprised these all have a power symbol now. Maybe they always had one. No, yeah, they were ghosts before, so I didn't have one. Okay, so for the water... I'm surprised it's taken so long to get the request for uranium fuel cells. Can you only ship 10 per rocket? Ooh, those are kind of hard to get. I don't think we're going to rip through them that quickly, though, is the thing. I think that the fuel cells themselves are going to be pretty chill. I hope, at least. So we have a storage tank for water here. All right, assuming that we make plenty of water, this setup looks okay for our fuel. It's very compact, which means we don't need a crap load of solar panels. I could see some value for accumulators potentially, but I don't even know if it's necessary. Why would I run accumulators? I'd run accumulators if we were to have times where the power would lull versus being fine. Like solar panels and accumulators go so nice together because you build up a bunch of accumulators, storages during the day, and then during the night they run while the solar panels get nothing. I don't even think we have to accumulator with this setup though. I don't know. All right, let's start building it upstream. Let's start at the beginning. So we have our inputs over here. Doing some math, 80 gigajoules over 22 megawatts for 1 hour. For one rocket load of fuel cells. Interesting. I mean, that's really good. 1 rocket load of fuel cells for an hour is like crazy if that's the case. Thank goodness you could do that math because that's some scary stuff for me. I want to make one more grinder. Surprised I don't have grinders set up anywhere. Oh no, Miko, don't do it again. You can't keep getting away with it. People are gonna start talking. Too bad. Let them talk. Let them know I'm a dirty, rotten, lazy automator. It's not called a grinder. I got a lot of flack. I grew up on the mean streets of Connecticut, and there, at least where I grew up, a sub, a sandwich, like you would get a meatball sub, but where I grew up, it was called a meatball grinder. It turns out that that's just like kind of weird, I guess. I didn't know that that was like an atypical thing, but people have given me a lot of flack over the years when I was like, oh my god, I had such a good meatball grinder last night, and they're like, you had a what? And I was like, you're like a sub? There are so many names for subs, but let me tell you, people really get jarred when you call their sandwich something that they're not used to. The world is unfair. Water. Water is like such a daunting issue still. Did you already... Oh no, you don't have enough to fill a rocket, I see. Oh, I probably have to manually do you because you're not enough, or maybe you would fit it in later, but I'll manually fill the one that's not going to fill the whole rocket. I forgot that it's a little touchy with stuff like that. We'll just put more belts in. We're going to need a bunch of belts anyways. This is always like really slow for me, so I apologize if me designing this is really slow, but I am so... I don't want to say I'm so bad because I feel like that's reductive to me because I'm trying my best here, but this stuff is really complex for me. What do you guess you're from Minnesota, guessing on accent? Nope, born in the northeast of the USA. Born and raised. My family was really into the Minnesota Vikings though, so I've been rooting for them, so maybe that's my issue is watching football. Although I haven't watched football basically at all the past few years. So much for being a fan. Okay, let's. So, we have a main belt here. We could do the same thing before where we have the main belt. I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't. Like the design, I feel like my original design was just kind of perfect of having a main belt that feeds ammo and also off-puts or space or asteroids. So I don't know what would like, I don't know why else I would. So like, this probably is not going to stay here for the record. But we're going to just set this up for now. It inserts, it puts, probably have it splitter off. Can a splitter have multiple priorities or it can only have one, right? It can, but I could potentially have several splitters. I wonder if that'd be more efficient than a grabby hand. Probably. I didn't do that in the other one. I know I'm bouncing between a lot of ideas right now. I'm sorry if it's hard to follow. I'm placing down the building blocks for success. You can connect splitters to circuits now, but it's confusing for me. Circuits are already like kind of a nightmare, so I can understand why you would be like, maybe this is a little complex, because that is real heckin' tough for me. So I feel ya. I'm gonna send up... What are you currently sending up? I was gonna send up some splitters, but it looks like you've requested 3 successfully. I might just handcraft some storage tanks and throw them up there. I know. You would believe that I wouldn't do that and just like set up another assembling machine 3 that just kind of makes them and puts them in a box, but Oh, that is one of the scariest things ever. Are we out of LDS? No, we're not. Okay. It's just that our buffer box has less now. One must imagine your robots happy. Oh, it actually got one. Well done, little buddy. It's a little bit alarming we ripped through our buffer of LDS, but it's not that surprising in actuality. Makes a great deal of sense. AFK if you searching for lunch, hopefully enjoy. Okay, so I'm going to say that this probably, like, this is all placeholder. We're going to have to remove a lot of this and fix it. But saying that this is like our normal belt, we'll have a clockwise belt that goes like this. Probably want to separate these a little bit more so they can fit a little bit easier, maybe. How much space do I need is the question. I'm going to just assume that this is where the outer belt's going to be. It might move. We might make the whole place bigger. So I have the ore go down here. That means we can move this over here. This can shift right here even. Probably want to use stack inserters too. Can move this back one. Or bulk inserters. I mean, technically stack inserters too. It looks like we finished the research for stack inserters. I think the best thing we can really do right now is just do as much Gleba science as possible. Since it is disposable, like, an asteroid productivity will be useful. How does that function? When we crush, we get 10% more. See, that's really nice. Good old infinite techs. All right, and then this will come down wherever the appropriate spot is. There's plenty of space to put this here. So with this, we have our basic setup for the 3 primary ones. I don't know if we're going to need advanced oxide asteroid crushing and the oxide one or just the advanced one. So for now, I'm going to set it up with just the advanced one in mind. So these will have one output, or I guess these have 2 outputs each actually, which is the chunk. Can I use that filter here? No, it doesn't work. Okay, I was trying to cheat a little bit. So you want the metallic chunk and the carbonic chunk. And then we will do the oxide chunk. And then we have calcite and ice from this one. Well, these ones just do carbon and iron ore respectively. So you'll have this one turn into carbon. And this one is iron ore. We'll have this be calcite. Why not? That way we have all the ores going downwards, basically, or I guess the physical things. Not that ice isn't physical, but... Now we have ice. Okay. So the ice comes out here. My assumption right now is that our issue is not... We're going to need some solar panels up here, actually. Not many, but we need, like, some to start this whole process, so I'm going to just put some down for the moment. Because I think once this turns on and we have a little bit of water, we'll be good. If we can start processing water, I'd like to start processing water. What I think I'm going to do for the moment is just yeet off everything except for water, which is a little bit wasteful, granted. I guess the oxide would be fine too, but for now, just making up a buffer of water so I can start turning things on would make me feel, I guess, a little bit better. I'm going to delete these for now because I don't know if I'm going to be reprocessing. I mean, I'm probably going to end up reprocessing. I just don't know when. I'm going to send up a stack of stack and bulk inserters. I keep mixing up their names. So we're going to want those for off-putting everything. How are we looking here? Oh, yeah. See, like, now our boxes are almost completely full here. We've gotten very much ahead of the curve for our consumption. And this just left like 15 seconds ago. So we're very much good on how little of that we're using. We are sending very little off of here because our science is all capped out right now. But we're not using the science anyways, and the issue is that Novice was so far ahead on science that I didn't really see a reason to keep sending more. Seems like the moment that we make one of these artilleries are used instantly though. How many have we made so far? It's 1,983 artillery shells? Really? That's crazy. I'm quite surprised that it's so many. Looks like our wall is getting pushed back, but there's still plenty of bugs there, so those will keep firing for a while. Can't believe we've done 2,000 artillery shells. Crazy. Why are there so many cargo landing pads here? Not that it's important, I just don't know why I would have made so many. The Solomon Ductor. Alright, so now we are slowly collecting things that drift in. Any iron that shows up is just going right off the ship, as well as any asteroid chunks. Basically anything that's not water is going right off. We do have some ice that popped out, which is nice. I have to be careful about picking up too many materials. So like I just got rid of calcite on a belt, so now the calcite is gone? Okay, that's fine. I thought the calcite was going to go into our storage. I'm glad that that didn't happen. Does this work? Is this like sufficient as a solution? Probably. I mean, I kind of love this design. It doesn't have to go back through the sushi belt at all. It just kind of feeds into itself. There may be a time where we get so far behind on the meteors, though. I don't know. I don't know. This is going to be a trial and error, much like the first time we did this. So we do have ice melting here, which I will put right here for now, I suppose. This is really easy. You just put in the ice. I would like productivity modules before I start this, though, because of how heckin' tight it's going to be on them. It might not even be that bad, to be honest. I really need to make higher productivity modules. The moment that I get productivity modules, like, basically once I have Fulgora, it's mostly set and we can start ripping into the module 3s with productivity and stuff, that's when we're going to be cooking. That's going to be the good stuff. So I know we only have 2 collectors, but the rate in which we get them is very disappointing so far. We make very little water. There's got to be some clever way of using excess stuff. Did I never send up the water tanks? I guess I made them, but there was not... No. I made them by hand, didn't I? I never sent them up. Okay. We need to send up some furnaces, so I'll just send them up now. Because the furnaces are going to use the iron to create whatever the heck it's called. Not iron. Bullets. God, I'm really struggling today. There's just like a little bit of water in these pipes. We just get so little. I mean, okay, so like, let's take a step back and look at the space map. Above Novice. It's not even the space map we want to see. We want to see the Factoriopedia. Above Novice, we just have like an extreme boatload of metallic asteroid chunks. This gives us 28 per minute oxide. I actually don't even believe that. I mean, I do believe that. I don't think it's actually lying to me, but... we're not grabbing many of them. I guess it's because we don't have a lot of grabbers set up. Let me set up a few more grabbers. Maybe that'll just help the dream. Space grabby wabbies, as they're known in the biz. I wonder how much I should cover the area. I do have fancy schmancy ones, but I'm not setting them up yet. Ah, right. This isn't even doing anything right now. That did not, in fact, make it over. This is temporary. This is temporary. I just want to have like the system has to work first, you know? I want to see water, okay? I want to see how much calcite we get by the time we get water. I need to like visualize this stuff. Right now we have like 60 water, which is something. This also gets me in a general look of like how I'm gonna set up these as well. We're gonna need to have a smelting area. Gonna drop the stuff off the ship a little bit closer in as well. Just to give me more space, because again, this is really just like a learning experience. The ship's not ready to go yet or anything. The calcite does seem to come at a pretty decent pace. I'm pretty impressed with it. I was a little bit concerned, to be honest, that it might be a little bit scrungly, but it doesn't look bad. I think maybe I'll use long-handed inserters for this. So this just needs calcite and carbon. We probably want these to be slightly desynced too. I think a lot of the things I'm making right now are going to be moved around a little bit before they reach their final form. But just getting a general design out would be nice. Whoops. I think the most eloquent thing to do here, or something eloquent that would work, is to set up a splitter, which will obviously 50-50 and split the calcite like this. I guess like right here. This takes iron, and that takes carbon. So I've moved everything around. There we go. If I can have it so that the iron comes down... I guess I would want these in the opposite area. Are you seriously still breaking my walls, you jerks? Heck off. Sorry, I lashed out there. That was my bad. So if I had something like this, the with this setup we would want to swap these, so I'm going to do that really quickly. Yeah, because I want the iron to be the one more to the left. I could put the iron on the same, but I don't have to, because with this setup I could have a separate inserter here. I'm trying to think if I can put the calcite and the iron on the same belt is where I'm at right now. I don't know if that's the correct option or not. I think that they're slightly off ratio, but I don't know if it matters. These things don't have enough power, which is, you know, fine. There's a lot of stuff running right now. Actually, they do have enough power? Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. I need to focus back again. God, this stuff is confusing. So if I want to make thruster oxidizer with the alternative recipe, it's 2 iron ore to 1 calcite. So putting them on a belt together would be a pretty big ratio difference. Depending on how much calcite we make. I don't think it would really matter in practice too much. But it may just be better to have the calcite go under, I think, instead. This keeps it a lot more compact too, doing something like this. We're going to need space because we still haven't set up our smelting. How many smelters did we set up on these? 4 smelters, 2 bullet makers. 4 smelters, 2 bullet makers. That makes sense since they're identical. Oh yeah, they are hurting on electricity. I mean, which makes sense. We're not running any electricity right now. I kind of want to turn this on to see how much water it eats, because we don't have like any water saved up right now. So I'm going to turn it on briefly. I actually don't know how much... I mean, it's certainly not worth wasting now, though. There's no way we're going to be able to have enough water right now, at all. We have, like, no water. Maybe this is a testament to how we need to start trimming these down. Because we don't need that much extra carbon and stuff. Like, the carbon especially is just, like, whatever. Like, once the carbon goes into this, which we already don't need that much of it, like, it's gone. So I think we need to focus on... going back to our original plan of like grinding excess stuff, especially the carbon. If nothing else, the carbon has no other use, or this type of meteorite. So I'm going to quickly move these all upward a little bit because I don't need that much space, and I would rather move them up so that I can have a little more space down here. So I'm going to want 2 more crushers, I think. But how am I going to want the crushers to work? I'm going to delete all this for the second. I know the machine's running, but it's easy enough to just like clear the belt if we want to, so I'm not too stressed about it. Iron ore has a lot of uses, so that's going to be one that's kind of non-negotiable. I kind of want the iron to come out on this side instead, so I think I'm going to swap these around. Thanks. I was talking to myself. Streaming for a few years now. I'm glad that I've really got it on lock. Every time a chatter says, by the way, if you're talking, you may be muted, I feel like, you know, a Christmas story, is that what it was when an angel gets its wings? That's congratulations, you just got winged. Oh, I was talking about AI chatbots and stuff too. I had some real bangers, but that's okay. I've been pretty lost in thought too. I really don't know what the heck I'm gonna do. Like, just combining all this stuff has been a lot for me. It seems like it's kind of fine now, which is the weird thing, but I don't think it's actually fine. I think it wants to be fine. The power might also have a part to do with it, though, because we're not running, but I really don't think we can turn on the nuclear reactor without a bunch more water. I mean, maybe we can. Heck it, let's turn it on. Who's gonna stop us? It blows up. All right, that's fair. Okay. You can't pull from this. You can only pull from this. I see. Good to know. Probably easy enough to fix. Probably not necessary to do so, though. Like, this ammo belt's not normally going to be here, so I'm going to just cut this across now. Oh, I forgot. You're still... It's kind of got to go down here a little bit. There we go. Hey, we'll grab my Mr. Grabby Hands here. Mr. Grabby Hands will go with this filter. Then we'll have an underground here. This is just like a lot of experimentation. I'm in the lab right now. I'm seeing if my Galleon combo can truly kill. Because in theory, this shouldn't take too much power to run because it's just going to like limit itself. I hope. I can also save a lot of power using the little like easy technique that we were doing before. Where we'll read temperature, we'll look at the T value, we'll enable disable, we'll enable this based on the T value. And it will be enabled if T is above 600, we'll do it. Or below 600. Those fuel cells should be fine to push it over 600. So anyways, yeah, the scam website that gets spammed in my chat from time to time held a chat from them where they're advertising AI viewers now, which I have to assume means that there will just be like generic chat GPT messages in my chat if I pay for them, which does feel tempting, to be honest with you. No, it doesn't actually feel tempting. But it is interesting and quite predatory. So, you know, keep up the hustle. I really like this. I don't know why I like this, but just the little divots on the ship gives it like a lot more like, you know, like personality. I really don't know why I like it so much, but I really do. Plus like the double lineups of them. They just go hard. I'm gonna ship up a stack of blue inserters. How is this doing? Did this break yet? Short answer, yes. Long answer, yes. But did it break because of this is the question. And I think the long answer is also yes, it did break because of that. Which is a good thing, because that is actually rectifiable. Very easily, because we're going to need an off-put anyways here. So it's like... It'll be fine. That's in the wrong spot. Oh no, what have I done? How could this happen? Please stop. Rectify the damage. Alright, that's better. Gonna be a lot of garbage we shoot down on a novice in a little bit. Okay, I'm liking how it's looking so far. This might be overkill on the bullets, but I think that it's genuinely a good thing, because if we expend ammo, the output is more meteors, assuming we're in an area with a lot of meteors. So I'm gonna maybe over-design how many things we have to shoot. We still have a lot of dead area in here. Is it on? I forgot about depleted uranium cells as being something. We could kind of just eat them into space, actually. I think that's what we're gonna do. We could shoot them back down, but I don't really see a reason to. No, but that feels so wasteful. What are they used for again? Those are used for the bullets, right? Yeah, but it's gonna be a big pain. Chuck them, that's the spirit. Could throw them into a recycler later on and just recycle them down to nothing. I could get a legendary depleted uranium cell. That'd really help me feel alive. Okay, so... I really wish there was some way for this to not like so reliably break, but it might have been because the carbon was backed up. These might just be fine when the carbon's not cunked. It's possible. Ironically, the calcite's probably going to get cunked soon, because we use it at like a staggeringly low pace. I guess it's just like because the fuel's not going anywhere. Can I dump these? I can dump the fuel lines themselves, but that's not going to do much. I did not set up the iron to be dumped, so we'll do that as well. Well, that PP barely reaches what we need. Spooky. Yeah, it's fine over here. As long as it's not touching, that's the important thing. Still not in love with it, though. I think there's a lot more tweaking to be done before we reach the final form. I return. I never left YouTube. Thanks for returning. You've got You've got one up on my dad now. Oh man, sometimes stuff just comes into my head to say, and then like a little before I say it, I'm like, wow, you really shouldn't say that. And then I say it anyways. And I'm like, wow, really shouldn't say that. But you know, here we are. This is the ice line here. I need the ice line to be accessible. You're on the big screen. Oh my god, I finally made it. Thank you so much for the honestly, the honor of being able to be on the big screen. I'm going to do some wiring here. Our first set of wiring. Use a red wire. We'll enable disable, and we will have this read this whole belt here, and we'll do this when the calcite gets too high. A lot of our design is going to be just like looking at stuff. So we'll have it when the calcite's over, we'll say 75. Maybe that'll be sufficient. No, I don't really want it that high. No, actually that high is fine. No, it's not fine. Make it if it's over Under 45. No, wait, do I have it backwards? I don't want this on. No, I had it right. I just had the wrong thing. Okay, so if the calcite total exceeds 75, which I also think is too high, so we'll make it a 65. We'll yeet excess calcite over the edge. I could theoretically just blow a hole in the ship so that it yeets from here. I think I want to do that because it makes me feel better about it. I also kind of hate it, but it gives it some personality. Can 7 more fit on the belt? I don't know. I am so shocked that like this is working. If I'm being like completely honest with you, I definitely set this up wrong. Okay, yeah, that's better. It's like there should not be 6 fuel cells in here. We still have like an excess of fuel cells, although we're sending them up as well. So now this temp should just be straight chilling at all times. It's going to be a lot more obvious later on. I'm so surprised that this is like a viable option. I wouldn't have expected that. So everything should be running on full capacity now. Something broke already. These things are not going to work. They can't just send into each other. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to remake this whole thing as how compact it is too. Literally, if they just both roll chunks at each other at the same time, they're like, huh? And then they can't do it. I do think I know a solution, potentially. What if I just yeet all of the excess carbon instead? And the excess iron? Like, what if we just blew up Saturn as like a prank? What would happen? Can you blow up Saturn? I know it's like a gas giant or whatever. Does that like change the meta of if it can be blown up or not? Wait, it's not a gas giant. That's Pluto. I guess the rings are definitely... No, Saturn's gas, but the rings are solid. Look, it's not important. What I'm thinking is that with this setup, maybe this will be sufficient, but this feels so stinky. This is yeeting it whenever it rolls down into the wrong thing, but like, we could roll them into the right thing. You know what I mean? Wow, there's exactly 65 that can fit on this belt, so this will never turn on. That's really interesting. Saturn's a gas giant. You know what? Saturn, you're cool. I'm still mad about Pluto. Anyone still really impassioned about the fact that they ruined Pluto? You can re-roll the asteroids back on the outside belt? Oh my gosh, you're actually just like so smart. Thank you. I was like, there's got to be something more eloquent. I really wasn't enjoying wasting them. That's so smart and so simple, to the point, eloquent. It would potentially break. See, that's the thing I'm always stressed about when setting up something like this is like, we could just hit like a, not a fail state, but an annoying state where the ship stops working. I need to set up yeeting this as well. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this to be like the final design. There's so much open space around still. I feel like we could just crunch it together more, but maybe it doesn't matter. I am going to start reading... Okay, that's fine. I'm going to start reading the these belts and stop wasting all of it. Another thing too is like, we make so much fuel now that it's actually like almost a problem. Ironically, we don't really make that much water. But we don't really need that much water, seemingly. I think I want to send up some thrusters. I kind of want to redo much of the... Whoa. You can't place thrusters behind thrusters. Imagine you can go twice as fast. Oh, actually, wait, that looks kind of clean. That means I can remove these for sure. We're gonna need a little bit of space to get the fuel in, so maybe that positioning's fine. How is it that I made this like equally as wide as my other ships, basically? I mean, it's a little bit thinner. Okay. The issue with this is these outer pipes. You would need to be a little extra wide. Maybe we'll drop it down a couple thrusters. I think that's going to be the play, just so it's much easier on the... But maybe that's going to be too slow. I don't know. I'm going to drop it down a few thrusters, though. That might make us slow as dirt, though, too. I'm going to guess that I don't have thrusters made anywhere. I'd be surprised if I did. Would have been convenient, though. Oh, there Miko goes. Throwing down another requester chest. It's going to request the thing. Oh, great. So impressive. Wow. Thanks, I know. Thrusters stack up to 10. Rocket capacity is 5. I never know how many thrusters to put on. I don't really care if the trip is like a little bit slower. I mean, obviously, we're going to lose some velocity by going down to 5 instead of 7. But if we can keep the ship not super heavy, I mean, surely a heckin' nuclear reactor is not exactly the lightest thing in the world. I could make it thicker on the backside too. I mean, you know, there's certainly some appeal to that design. Just got a nice email about a class action lawsuit against Ticketmaster. Godspeed. Generally, in my experience, a class action lawsuit means you're not getting nothing. But I will be rooting for you. But also rooting against you a little bit because I actually have, like, a personal vested interest in Ticketmaster succeeding. Which I know sounds like some real crazy stuff to say in today's economy, but it's true. And frankly, I'm still rooting for you, but I'm going to root against you a little bit. Miko, evil businesswoman, you might be onto something unironically. You might have figured it out. Is this fine to pump all of them? The answer is heckin' certainly not. Whoa, that was kind of cool though. I think one of them actually got like $100 from? Hold on, I'm gonna start suing things. You might have actually just like piqued my interest. Oh, this is so tight. You know what? I'm going to just move them down a little bit. Just a teensy weensy bit. That's all. And by that, I mean a lot. And by that, I mean I think I want 2 more thrusters, but I don't know if I do or not. But I kind of really do, I think. I've never actually followed up on one of those class action lawsuits that have been like sent to me. Usually what I get nowadays is like, hey, congratulations, we accidentally lost your data. It was nothing we could do about it at all. Sorry. Haha. If you are angry about this, we get it. We don't care, but we do understand why you would be mad. If you are interested in doing anything about this, here is a 1-year trial to a company that will be like, hey, we'll watch if someone tries to make a credit card in your name. So if you ever try to open another credit card, we'll stop you from doing it, but we probably won't stop anyone else. Have a nice one. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. That time you just get them automatically? I've sure have never gotten any automatically. I'm not saying you're lying or wrong for the record. I'm just saying, in my experience, I'm not having $100 checks come in the mail because you know that would be a big topic of stream the next day. I'd be like, I don't need you anymore, stream chat. I'm rich. See ya never. Au revoir, bon voyage. See ya when I see ya. No, I would never leave you stream chat. Even if I was like super loaded, I'd still be like, you know what? I gotta remember who got me here. Such a dumb thought. Sorry, I don't know why I'm the way I am. I was just put on this planet to be me, and you know what? I genuinely think I'm probably the best person for the job. Ammo on the wrong side of the belt located. Cringe detected. Deleting cringe. Technically wasting a bit of resources here. Imagine I just like delete the space platform hub accidentally. That would be really funny and not devastating. Really? I'm out of undergrounds? I'm quite surprised. I didn't think I used that many. My first one's from Papa John's. They supposedly didn't pay us during an onboarding training. I got like 40 bucks. How the heck do people even find that out? Good for you, though. Get those Papa bonds. Like war bonds. I don't know why Papa John's would be giving you war bonds in the first place. How does it always come back to me doing a giant sushi belt, though? I was really expecting this to not be a rectangle when I started this project, but here I am. The Daddy Warbucks connection true. Do resources not go in the hub when you deconstruct? I think they do. Yeah, they do. Oh, you're right. I said they were just wasted, but getting them out is such a pain that I might just not deal with it. No, I'll deal with it. At least with the asteroids. Yeah, the asteroids will be easy to pull out. Honestly, I should probably just leave this here for the time being. The bullets are also pretty easy to deal with. You know what? I'll be a good noodle. I'll do both of them. Ask me for any more. I don't. I typed in bullet again. I typed in ammo again. I typed in magazine this time. Look at that. I think someone that worked there noticed, then hired a lawyer and did some research and realized that there was a case across the board. I mean, that works, I guess. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't even know where to begin when it comes to that kind of stuff. So if people can make it work, good for them. I highly doubt Papa John's is shutting down because of that, with how their CEO... Oh, I guess he's not their CEO anymore. That guy was pretty wacky to my memory. I remember watching like a YouTube documentary that was about how they were like trying to kick out the Papa John CEO or something. Heck, this doesn't work. That stupid, dumb idiot right there is the problem. Sorry, I definitely lashed out there and I need to chill a little bit. Sorry you had to see me like that, and I'll try to keep it in by not calling him a stupid, dumb idiot going forward. Honestly, it might be time for some underground belts, to be honest with you. I think this bottom section just kind of needs to be undergrounds. You can keep it like that for aesthetic value, though. Okay, so this should be... No, it is not. It's not, because I didn't plug it in yet. But this should be these all lighting up with fuel as soon as I plug this in. Boom. Now, how about some coolant for them as well? There's no chance I can get the coolant out with this setup like this now. Hopefully we have a little bit more space to work with. It does work. Never mind. This one's a little annoying. My piping looks so bad down here. It works, but like, what did it cost? Everything. I'm surprised that these are allowed. Oh, because that's an underground. I was like, I may have messed it up again, but we're okay for the moment. This short part should be easy now. Never mind. No longer ballin'. Well, oh no, my thruster. It's gone. It's broken. Okay, so I want this to fuel over here, and hopefully that can plug right in. Kind of like this. It'll have to be a little dumpier on the side, but I like how this looks. You know what? Sometimes being a little dumpier is fine. It's got a little like wing to the side. I don't think I actually like that. But I kind of do, but that side doesn't have it. Oh god, the symmetry is going to be the end of me. I swear it to be true. Stop using copy, Miko. Stop hitting escape all the time. Use the Q button. No, that's so much worse. This area here is like really contested, I guess would be the proper word. It's in high. People want it, you know? What's the word I'm looking for? Dense is not the right word, but it's all that's coming to my head, which is making me feel kind of dense. I could do this, I guess. No, I cannot do that. There's gotta be a better way for this stupid pipe over here. Everything else plugs in mostly fine. God, there's something, I'm sure. This is already red? Shouldn't be. I mean, I can definitely go up through the bullet line. No, I can't actually. Heck, this is so tough. Why is this difficult? I can go up through the bullet line. That's what I'm gonna do. I feel like that's the best solution for this. It's kind of wasteful, but at the same time, it works. Do I need to dump this? I think I need to dump this. I didn't realize that those could have like a buffer inside them. Use the Q button. Okay, now it's not the right color anymore. Like, I know they have a buffer, I just didn't think they would like pull the liquid out. Why is this doing this? That shouldn't be red. Okay, now it's fine? Weird. Very strange. Maybe there's like a little internal buffer that I just drained. I really don't like this pipe though. It just makes me upset. I mean, it's fine. We have the space for it. It just doesn't look nice. Why are you red again? What is happening here? You are your own system. So why are you heckin'... You should be blue. You're the blue chosen one. I could just take the stubby red side. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe, you know what? I'm taking the stubby red side. I changed my mind. I know I'm jumping back and forth on these, but I like how this looks. We can do this. It's going to be a little dumpier on the side, sure. But I've decided that I'm going to copy the dumpiness on both sides. And that'll make me feel better. See, it looks intentional now, kind of. What if I do this? Purely aesthetic pipes? No, that kind of looks bad. I am leaving those ones down there, though. Because, like, it's so much more compact if I do this. Because we can just drop one more of these here. Boom. Yeah. We're keeping the dumpy side. I like the dumpy side. I think it's good. So I do need to verify this has both. This is connected, so it has both. It's only the upper ones you really have to look at. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. So these should... This isn't connected anywhere. We need one more underground, actually. There we go. These pipes are all connected. These pipes are all connected. So theoretically, our thrusters are fine now. This hasn't gotten messed up yet, which feels pretty good. I'm going to set up these reading the belts properly now. Enable, disable, and we will go for... This is the iron one. Iron ore. Let this one be the carbon one, because it already is the carbon one. Can't believe Novice is like kind of getting sieged all the time. How's the Starfarer doing? It's fine. Just comes over, drops off. I'm going to raise the tungsten request up to 2,000 again, since we're not doing anything with the science right now. Because clearly we need it. I don't know how much calcite we're going to. Let's quickly look at full or novice and see. We have a pretty solid chunk of calcite, but I'm going to keep them coming. Oh my god, all that spoilage. It's actually funny. Okay, so... Yeah, Volcanus is doing fine. Quick Gleba check. Yeah, nothing in our walls. Our pollution doesn't look like it's growing meaningfully now since the base is at like a very consistent stream of production. I think it'd be more strange for something to go terribly wrong at this point that we've been sitting here for so long. I'm glad that if nothing else, the base can keep up with the LDS production. That was my concern with how our iron and stuff was looking. We've produced just enough steel, barely. Okay, working on transport belt capacity, which will also be really interesting to work with. I think that's going to really start shining on Fulgora with how much scrap you go through and the stuff from that. Okay, let's go back to looking at our ship. This is such a long process, but you know what? We're making progress on it. That's the important thing. If nothing else, we feel like we're making progress on it. I think I want to increase the storage tank, at least for now. Honestly, it looks like the ship is about ready to go. It's feeling surprisingly ready to go, too. I do want to set up the front still with some turrets, but I really like this design of like the two turrets and then the divot. It looks really nice to me. I don't know why it looks so nice to me, but it really does. It's just a stupid box again. I'm trying to justify it and just make a second stupid box. But I did. I made another stupid box. I don't know why. I can't help it. I just make stupid boxes is what I do. But look how nice it looks when you remove a little bit, you know? Make them think you got something cool. I mean, maybe it'll help with the weight overall too. I don't know if it takes in the platform itself as weight or not. I would like to upgrade to our better collectors as well, since we have a few of those available. But for now, we are going to want turrets, and I think the front's generally where you want turrets loaded the heaviest. So let's start working on those. That was easy. The question is, do I want walls on the front of it or not? And I don't really have a good solution to that. I almost feel like I could skip walls, but I feel like that's just wasteful to do, you know? Like, we may as well play it safe, because this trip might just be really catastrophic. So I am going to set up some walls, I think. It's easy enough to do, and it just gives me a little bit of a safeguard if something were to go catastrophically wrong on the turrets. Because if these goes down, things go really bad. Nah, it'll be fine. Nah, let's do walls. I'm so stuck between it, I don't know. Let's do walls. Let's do walls. Probably. I guess, I don't know. Nah, it's good. All right, I'm skipping walls. I've been given the okay. I've never done one without walls before though, so it just feels like my ship is naked, you know? Let's trim the design a little bit so it looks kind of clean. Maybe we want a little bit more up there. Like this side. This side looks nice. One more? I kind of like that. No, that was one too many. How much water have we stored up? Oh, it's none, but it's because we're just making a bunch of extra fuel, which, oh my god, we make fuel so fast now. This fuel setup is crazy efficient compared to how it was before. Making bullets. Oh, I didn't actually read for how much we want to get rid of on here. This amount looks sufficient, actually, so this is what I was waiting for. So we will do enable disable at, we'll say 130. Why not? We'll say greater than 130. That's the wrong one. But you know what? That's okay. Because this one also needs a 130. Honestly, this one might even be able to get away with 140. Heck yeah, I'm feeling crazy. Yeah, 140 is right here, so it just makes it look more full. The calcite was at 60, which is also full. I just like it so that the belts like always have something on them. This isn't all that different from my other design. It's a lot bumpier, I guess. Hero service, you can always add an extra row of turrets. It's a good idea. I mean, we have a lot of like shooting speed upgrades and stuff. I just haven't been to Fulgora, so I am a little nervous. Who is my favorite Spidertron? Actually, all my Spidertrons are my favorite, but I really like this one because it's uncommon. We're gonna leave the Spidertron here. Should I take a Spidertron with me? Could be nice for traversal. Sure, why not? We'll make an extra Spidertron. I'm gonna assume that we don't have one sitting in a box somewhere. We do have one sitting in a box somewhere, so I'm gonna just request a Spidertron. Now we need to, I mean, assuming the ship is good, which it might be. This was like a real heckin' chore. I definitely could have been more space efficient. I could also just put down solar panels to take some of the weight off here. I think we have some solar panels on board, so no, I'm probably going to want those when we will go to Fulgora anyways. All right, so I did have an extra Spidertron on me. Let's soup this one up. Let me turn off that request. We got to make this one like Fulgora colored. You can name them Fulgotron. Oh wait, Spidertron already has Tron in its name. I thought I was being like real innovative with that one, but turns out I was not spitting any bars. So I do have an extra thingy for you. Can't I, if I do this, I don't want your rockets or anything. I did want to see if it would try to copy that. Okay, it didn't. That's fine. I was hoping that it would request the rest of the equipment grid automatically, which is no big deal. We will add a section. We will request exoskeletons. I believe we had 3 in there. We need to blueprint the Spidertron and save the equipment grid. Ah, okay, interesting. Good to know. I'll just be lazy with this one because I don't think we need. Energy shields are actually probably a good idea because of lightning. Need some steel for them. Everything feels like it's in a good place now. Maybe I'm like kind of too positive about everything and things might just be awful, but like things are feeling good. Like none of the planets are falling apart. I thought we had exoskeletons in boxes somewhere. Perhaps not. I should have rode you over here. I don't have to put the exoskeletons in you anyways. You're kind of slow, but look at you go. Oh, I love this belt. This is like my favorite part of my entire playthrough. This looks so nice when it's like full. Colors are so satisfying. We ran out of fish. That's why I didn't record, but that's fine. We have plenty of Spidertrons already. Okay. These are where the legs are. There's 3 of them here. That's fine. Perfect. So we'll turn that off and we will go to our grid. Slot those, slot those. You can fit one more thing in there. Oh, it's really heckin' quick now. Once it charged up. What do you have in your extra slot? Ah, the Roboport. Of course, the Roboport. Looks like it's just a handful of batteries, which we can slurp up from somewhere around here where we make batteries. Man, Spidertrons are so cool. I'm still like in the honeymoon phase, and I don't know if the honeymoon phase is ever going to end. I think I'm just in love with Spidertrons. Spiders have always been like a pretty cool, like I don't be like, oh my god, yes, spiders, they're so cool. But like if I see a spider just vibing in the corner, I'm like, you know what, buddy? Thanks for eating all the weird stuff. You know? You gotta respect their hard work. Okay, so you have a Roboport now. You know, you can have my bots. How about that? Okay, so I'm gonna shoot down the few excess things like the iron ore and plates that got in here earlier, just to kind of get rid of them. We're going to need to think about what we need to actually bring, and accumulators is definitely going to be one of them. We're going to need a bunch of accumulators as time goes on, but we're certainly going to want to start with some. So I'm going to put in a request here for accumulators. How about 400 of them? I'm sorry, there are 25 accumulators available? I never made accumulators. I forgot that I never made accumulators. I didn't even end up using solar panels in this playthrough. I never thought that that would come back to bite me in the butt at this exact moment, but it really has. Where the heck are the solar panels? They're somewhere around here. I should just ping the location once I see them. There they are. At least we got a good chunk of solar panels, but like oofies. Okay, so how do you make accumulators? Iron plate and battery? Oh, they're really easy to make, but that's probably going to hurt our battery supply really hard because that's 15 batteries for each, and I don't think we produce that many batteries in practice. Maybe it'll be fine, though. And maybe I'm coping. Who can really say? See, look, I still set up automation properly sometimes. Boom. Accumulators. Behold. I don't think we're actually going to need that many accumulators in practice, but I just figured it would be nice to start. We can almost certainly make them really easily on site. Oh my god, look at our logistics storage on the right there. That's crazy. 21k spoilage? That does make sense, but that is troublesome. I should set up a heating tower requesting spoilage, actually. Do we need spoilage on here ever? Probably not. I mean, technically in efficiency modules 3, but there's not much of it anyways, so I feel like that's not going to be that big of a deal. It does seem like something that would be really problematic if I ignore it for just long enough, you know? And then it becomes like catastrophic, which is funny in theory, but also not really something I want to interface with. So where the heck? There we go. Can I find concrete? Is it refined concrete or normal for the heating tower? Or is it just bricks? It's concrete. 2 boilers, concrete, heat pipes. Concrete. I generally don't make concrete until like I'm making rockets, which is probably like a issue on my part. Like, look, I don't know. I like how the base looks traditionally. I don't want to convert the entire base into gray, usually. I think I'm going to just burn all the excess spoilage for now. I'm going to put it down here. Oh, it doesn't actually need any power. The inserter does. I'm going to requester it just because there's spoilage over there too. And this will just slowly like weed it out of the system. Having 31k of it is like a bit much for my taste. There is use for it later, but it's only like 5 at a time, and we can easily just make a bunch of spoilage. Like Gleba could just make stuff, spoil it, and then ship it out if we want to. We want to have multiple ships per planet eventually, I feel, so it doesn't feel like it's like completely up the wrong line of thinking. Quickly checking my messages to make sure that the world isn't burning, and it turns out it's not burning any more than normal, at least. Just seeing it like, I really like this design where it's like thinner. I don't know why. It really does it for me. Yes, the boiler stockpile you have now certainly isn't precious. Yeah, it's easy enough to get more, I feel. Plus, if we can fish breed, I guess. I wanted to look into what that actually meant. Whoa, fish. Fish breeding. 2 raw fish produces 3 raw fish. It takes a lot of nutrients. What? You have to craft it on novice? I mean, it makes sense. No, does it make sense? How the heck are we going to get all these nutrients on novice? Oh, you can get it from biter eggs, right? Yeah. Okay. That's not so bad then. We're going to have a little mini Gleva on novice. What a time to be alive. All right, big guy. We took the bots out of you. That's fine. You are going to space. Oh, it even looks purple in the thing. That's so nice. The Solemn Inductor. You'll be Fulgora's last guardian. I didn't even send you with any rockets. Honestly, if we bump into like enemies on Fulgora, then we have a whole host of new problems. I'll ship some rockets over. So what are we going to need? Accumulators is obviously a big one, but I already put in a request for it, so I assume that it's getting accumulators slowly over time. It's gotten 50. We're not making them super quickly, and I'm willing to bet that we're making them even slower because we probably already ran out of batteries, if I were to guess. Where the heck did I make it? Up here? It hasn't run out of batteries at all, and I didn't have enough faith? Okay. Cool. Maybe 400 is excessive, but I don't know. I really don't know what else we're going to want, which is the unfortunate thing. I'm going to ask for 400 solar panels as well, which is more than we have for sure, but you know, I was happy to see all of my circuits sitting there, so we may as well use some. All right, let's think. We're definitely going to want more than 50 inserters. I've learned my lesson that sending 50 inserters to a new planet is like absolute noob logic, so let's not do that. We will instead ask for 200 inserters if we could be so kind to have that many. Still probably not enough to keep us going forever, but enough to get us off the ground by a lot. Send up construction bots as well. Great idea. I should have had these requests ahead of time. I should have put these in a different spot too. You know what I'm going to do actually? I'm going to do the 200 uranium request in its own spot, because I'm probably going to delete this one later, but I don't want to delete the uranium one. Certainly don't need that many gun turrets. Keep the repair pack one as well, just in case something gets damaged, but it probably won't. It hopefully won't. I imagine that without the issue of power, this ship should just go a lot faster to and fro. Should be a nice improvement from what we were working with before. I was thinking that having these extra cargo bays would be useful, and they probably are when we're setting up here, but they might actually have been excessive anyways. So we want belts, and we're going to want 500 of those. Honestly, I could probably ship over green belts at some point too. 250 of those. 200 of those. I think I can set the other silo to automatically do stuff now. Everything will load a lot faster. Do we need electric furnaces? I don't. So again, I've been to Fulgora. That was the one place I'd actually like been to before this playthrough. Well, I was also to Gleba too a little bit, but not very long. So scrap turns into recycling, turns into gear wheels, solid fuel, concrete, ice, steel plate, battery, stone, advanced circuit, copper cable, processing unit, low density structure, holmium ore. So we might need to potentially smelt the stone, potentially. But the one thing I know about Fulgora from my time there is that it's very much about breaking down what you make into lesser things. Like we could make green circuits, but we could also produce green circuits out of red circuits, potentially, depending on how much throughput we have. I don't remember striking a very good balance with it, so it's going to be a very big learning moment. You can go back and forward in the Factoriopedia. That's actually crazy. I've leveled up today. What else do we need to start? Drills. We definitely want drills, and we want to have the nice ones from the Radiant Starfarer. Can you not fill up your ship anymore? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. No, there's no chance you can. How the heck did this happen? How'd you get so full and stuff? Oh, I guess it's because I told you to pick up artillery shells again. I'm gonna just shoot those back down. Heck, you just can't fit that much anyways. 1,000's fine. I didn't realize I only stacked to 50. That's annoying. I bet you it'd be easier or more efficient, quote unquote, to just ship over more of the ore itself, maybe? What is the ore stack to? Oh, I don't know why I was trying to look there for ore. Tungsten ore. Okay, no, it's actually way less efficient. Because these are 4 of these to 1 plate, and plates can stack has half as much plates to the ore. Look, it makes sense, okay? It goes to a different school. You wouldn't get it. Oh, right. I wanted to set up the fancy schmancy collectors. I'm going to set them up second down where they're quite defended, I guess. On the other hand, the rare one can probably like see around the front. Oh my goodness, it can. Maybe it's more defensible over here. I'm gonna be so sad if it breaks. I mean, I'm not gonna be that sad because we just kind of spooned it. But it would be cool if it hung around for a while. See, I like this though, because these ones can like barely eke around the front in this spot. They can see like just a bit over here. Because we're gonna be losing any excess stuff that they can't see that just smashes into the ship here. Not that it's too important. Just keep this blueprint. Just in case. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. Once the ship fills up, I think we're going to try to at least send it on its maiden voyage. Hopefully it'll survive the trip. Oh my goodness, my wife started playing Outbound the other night, a cozy survival crafter game, and the recipe for 1 plank takes 2 logs, which bothers me so much. That's not how you make a plank. That's a good point. That is kind of like real rough. That's very inefficient plank making. I've never heard of Outbound before. But I do like cozy survival crafting games, so I might have to, so I'm low-key just gonna go ahead and drop that into my note. Yoink. I mean, it's definitely bigger than the Artemis. Oh, it looks really cool, actually. The Artemis kind of looks like a thick minion in a way. The solar inductor looks like it's like a chip you'd put in a computer or something. I don't heckin' know. I'm going to turn off my personal logistics now because I think I've done basically everything I want to do here. Do the obligatory dumping of things. We didn't actually make the request yet that I keep forgetting to make, which is for the drills. Not the thick minion, unfortunately. Yep. Sometimes it's just like that. It's how life is at times. I gotta imagine that 40 is probably fine. Oh, do we not have any big mining drills? Heck, dude, you can fit more of them. Put them on there. Why do you keep getting thrusters when you don't need thrusters? Maybe you didn't keep getting thrusters. I feel like I shot these down. I must have forgotten, didn't shoot them down. Oh yeah, it does fire out of these little bays here. That's cool. How efficient. I could theoretically fit like another collector down here, but I don't think it's necessary. Every time I look, we have exactly this many cells. I've looked at it and we've been at 205 every time. How is that possible? The heat goes down extremely slowly, so that might just be a part of it. We're just way too efficient. We are actually getting a buffer of water too, but you know, this is also without us having spent anything. Oh, I should put productivity modules into these as well. It's gonna take a little while to fulfill all these things. Wow, I really don't have a lot of drills made on Volcanus either. Maybe I'll just be satisfied with 40. Oh no, I probably just had the box really limited. I did. I had it like super limited, so that makes sense. How is the patch looking? 4.9 mil? It was 5 point something before for sure, but you know, we drill so slowly now. So it should last a long time. Let's actually look at our production tab because we looked at it earlier. Past 10 hours, 385 per minute. Past 1 hour, 59 per minute. Yeah, because everything is like good now. 68 per minute for consuming them. Wonder why we use so many copper cables in that one big spike there. For Volcanus specifically. I guess the copper cables just get spiked whenever we have like a request for things like drills, because they're like, oh, we gotta make a bunch of circuits, and then the circuits start going. I also really like this circuit build too. Volcanus is so cool. All the planets are so cool. I hate it. I want to go to Fulgora and be like, this place sucks, but I know I'm gonna love Fulgora again too. Our supplies are looking good. That is not 500 belts. That is like 100 belts. I said 500. I meant like 1,000 apparently, but this will be fine. I don't want to overdo it. Looks like our accumulators are basically good to go too. We're getting a good chunk of everything. Okay, so our construction robots are not being put in boxes on here apparently. I thought that I had a box with them, but I guess I didn't, so I need to go fix that. They are built somewhere around here. They are in boxes, but unfortunately, they're in steel chests. So we'll have to ask my lovely bots to upgrade this. They'll make the limiter a little bit bigger. It just really becomes 10 million construction bots in this one roboport. And that's just kind of life. Alright, now that it's capped, they'll just build up here, and then they'll go on the ship. I want to at least land on Fulgora. That's where I'm at mentally right now. I'm mentally not home. I'm at Fulgora. I should really set up a third silo. It's really obvious that I need to set up more of them, but I just keep not doing it. I was like, 2 is enough. They take so much power. Ooh, we've almost finished transport belt capacity. I was gonna say efficiency. Transport belt efficiency, they take less power. They now produce power. Solar transport belts, we made it. I feel like now I'm in kind of wait mode though. I really want to see how it does. I'm hoping it'll be fine. I've done designs before. When I made the first ship, like, I feel like it took a bunch of damage, which is why I went with all the walls. Solar produce the belts that produce less power when things around them, so you just gotta put them down like solar panels and not actually transport things. That's, I mean, it makes sense too. Oh man, I put bullets on my solar belt, so now it's not producing enough power. A very different design than we did before, but you know what? I like them both. They're both unique. My biggest concern is that water buffer. We do have some water. I mean, there's 4 tanks there, so instead of only being 1.4k, that's almost 6,000 water. So maybe we're just fine. End of the day, I just put a nuclear reactor on a spaceship, and I'm hoping that that's going to be fine. We're getting very close to finishing our requests, surprisingly. Looks like 1 shipment of solar panels, 2 shipments of accumulators, which are all available now, 1 shipment of express splitters, 4 shipments of construction robots. I put in flying robot frames. So that's good that I caught that ahead of time, I guess. Surprised there's so few construction robots available on the planet. Hopefully that's because some of them are already like in the air. Ah, we're out of flying robot frames. This has reared its ugly head before as well. Just because there's something we don't need like en masse, so I don't usually have like a crazy amount of them, but now there's suddenly a demand. This will speed it up, but then again, we'll have to give the same treatment over to these over here. Oh, the Q button goes crazy. I can productivity module these. There we go. Now we got some productivity and speed on these assembling machines for making these engine units. So hopefully, because these only feed these flying robot frames, which you cannot... Oh, you can productivity them. Great. I'm going to productivity them then. I was thinking you couldn't, but they're not an end product, so it's allowed. So let's do it. Let's take the tyrant's entire kingdom. Oh god, our red circuit belt is empty. This is like when I'm ready to leave Novice. Now that I've seen what Novice can do, what it's capable of, I'm like, I'm out. Thanks for offering. Honestly, if I just set up like a big stack of cables and just like had them feed separately instead of using one really long stack of cables, it would be so much smarter. But who cares? It looks cool. We're almost out of here anyways. The Artemis is doing just fine. Looks like the big mining drills successfully went down. Did we grab them over here? We did not. Because they're in storage chests, not... No, we should be able to request them. It just hasn't requested them yet, but they're on the planet, right? So it should be fine. Stack inserters will let you get more throughput on your belt. You're so right, actually, and I should probably start making them. Those are Gleba made, is it? They're made out of jelly and carbon fiber. That's it. You're going to Gleba. Come on. Why is it made out of jelly? I'm not upset about the carbon fiber or the jelly, for the record. And processing unit. Oh man, those are actually spicy. They seem nice though. I just love the idea of this research. This research gives me hope in the world. I really should have done steel plate productivity a long time ago. That's a lot of steel plates we would have benefited from. I'm surprised we've done more copper cables consumed than iron plates. It's only 800k, but that would have been quite a bit of extra steel plates. Jelly to make them stick together? That actually makes complete sense. Wait. Genius. 6.3k iron plates being produced and used per minute on Novice. And that's like rookie numbers for people, but for me, that's kind of a big deal. How are we looking? Getting pretty close. Uh-oh. We've certainly overstayed our welcome. Everything is falling apart. We're out of oil? How did we run out of oil again? Oh, I see. Our oil has just dried up. No, maybe we do one more little project here before we leave, because oil's been a big issue for a while. Maybe we do one more little project. We cleared out the area anyways, so it should be easy to maintain. I could just plant the Spidertron on top of the oil mine I'm going to set up. Actually, I don't have any pump jacks or anything right now. So I'm thinking we're going to just wall off this area here, maybe set up some turrets, but I don't know. I wish I sent some rocket turrets over. Those would be cool. I could just do a bunch of laser turrets. That sounds like a good idea. I'm debating if I want to... how I want to bring it over, I guess. Because I could put it on fluid wagons and bring it back, but that's going to be a pain in the butt. But we do have an extra bay that's not being used right now, so I could turn this into a fluid wagon bay really easily. But then again, the distance from there to there is pretty big even by train. But I'm using crude oil for these? Wait, that's actually even easier then. I'm really surprised I'm using crude oil. I figured I would have changed that into something else. But if that's crude oil and it goes all the way, I can just set up a few pumps and plug it in really easily. You must have rocket turrets? You're so right. I forgot that those go into Spidertrons. I also want to take this copper ore. Maybe it's time to just expand out a little bit. Heck, I was so ready to leave in like 2 seconds. It's okay. This will be a nice, 5-minute in and out adventure. This will be easy. We need this oil anyways. This copper is a nice bonus. That's what we're going to do. We're going to expand out a little bit. Which is certainly not a 5-minute adventure, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to blueprint everything and just have the bots do it over time. I hope. I don't know. It's been a while since this wall's been changed at all, so it feels quite strange. But I think this is the right thing to do. We need the oil anyways, and if it's inside the walls, it'll be safe. Plus, this should prevent them from getting as close to us. Unfortunately, this means that we'll have to do a lot of like upkeep and stuff in the meantime to like get it functioning, but Again, once I set up the bots and stuff, as long as they're like moving the flamethrower turrets down the line, should be fine. But having this iron would be nice, so I'll probably want to set up trains here. But I also really want to go to Fulgora, so I'm only going to work on this for a little bit right now. If I set up the blueprint and then just like start slamming down roboports, they'll do it over time. But getting this 3.3 million copper and this 7.6 million iron ore is like a no-brainer. We'll cut it beneath the stone too. There's a really big iron over there too, but I don't think it's worth it right now. This takes me back. Making the wall trademark. Good times. I think step one is just getting the wall up. So I will be focusing on that first and foremost. Thinking the bots can get the job done pretty quickly. T, I appreciate the sub. Holy cow, 24 months? That's actually kind of absurd. Thank you so much. Jiminy Christmas. How the heck has it been so long? Either way, I very much appreciate you. Thank you so much. This is going to be a little bit awkward and growing pains putting up the wall. But again, I'm going to just have the bots do the majority of it themselves. So it shouldn't affect us too much. But if we like fire off a mortar or something and they try to attack us, they might do some damage. Hopefully our Spidertron, which is fully geared up for violence, will be good to go on that front. I think these roboports are a little bit too close to the wall, but it shouldn't really matter. I do feel like they're a little bit close. Yeah, because this will be fine to reach out, so I won't do it as far this time. 2 years Pog is crazy. I should celebrate. Maybe I'll throw a party. Specifically with Papa John's. I don't know if I've actually had Papa John's before in my life now that I'm thinking about it. Does that mean I've missed out? Maybe. You know, I'm still youngish. It'll be fine. This is just like how we set up the wall last time. The one difference is that we're actively agitating nests, so it's going to be a little bit more messed up. Celebratory bubble blow. That's a string of words that I haven't thought about in a minute. If I had a bubble to blow, I would celebratory bubble blow for you. But alas, I'm a mere poser. I'm going to bring these back a little bit. Oh, this one specifically has a bunch of storage boxes attached to it. Whoops. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Honestly, this far back's probably sufficient, but I'll do it like here. I do need some storage boxes around if we want to keep ammo on site. Or not ammo, excuse me. The thing that's not ammo that I thought was ammo a moment ago. Fuel. No, repair packs. We made it. Sorry, my brain's all flustered today. I don't know why. Miko, you say that every stream. Look, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, to be honest with you. I got told I gotta get my wisdom teeth out as an adult. That's enough to fluster even the strongest of souls, you gotta admit. That's a tall heckin' order. I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me, you know? That thing being dental work. Okay, so now I can just copy like a big old string of this, copy paste it, boom. I'm even doing it with the pump as well. So that hopefully with the pump, it'll just kind of work. And then I can literally mine the fuel into the defensive line, which will be kind of cool. This is way too big. I copied way too much of this. I changed my mind. I didn't want that at all. That's a pump facing the wrong way. There we go, that's fine. Uh-oh. The bots are getting hurt. Why are the bots getting hurt? It likely means they're crossing past something that's hurting them. It's the flamethrowers. They're catching strays from the flamethrowers currently. I hadn't considered that friendly fire to be an option, but it makes sense. I'm gonna clear out a little bit more up here. Okay, maybe the artillery has already cleared it all out. And that's why we were getting those last few attacks, perhaps? Perhaps not as well, though, so let's give it a quick look. This wall might not be perfect. It will almost certainly be something we have to work on a little bit later. Yeah, our artillery goes actually like bananas. I'm really impressed by it. But the important thing is to just like get the blueprinting up for it, and then we'll just hop off and go to Fulgora. I feel like these are kind of too close to the wall, aren't they? No, they could see perfectly. It's actually like ideal distance from the wall. How far from the wall are you? You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then your nose touches. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. There should be another pump down here that's facing the wrong direction that I'll need to fix really quick. See, look, like they put up the wall quick. We've done this before. Actually, wait, what direction is this pump facing? Okay, that's actually a little bit awkward. I'm gonna have to pump the opposite direction, kind of. This is probably still fine. I need to change the pump directions. Just to turn them on, it's fine. I can have the stuff lead into it either way. This is fine. I was fixing a non-existent problem. Surprise, surprise. Okay. This is good. This looks good. A few extra pipes laying around on this copy paste, which is not ideal, but so it goes. I don't know why I have small pulls being used for this either. We're also like really overdoing it on the pumps. Like without a shadow of a doubt, they are like really overdone. No, that is facing the right direction. I want to going left. You still on Gleba? No, I'm on Novice right now. Gleba's just straight chilling right now. I'm doing some last minute maintenance on Novice before leaving because it turns out we're basically completely out of oil. Which makes it harder to leave because rocket fuel takes oil. So I'm just setting up a quick defensive line. One, two, three, four, five. Boop. Boom, boom, boom. Fine, I'll just do this and then I'll deconstruct those. Actually, don't deconstruct those fish. Let them live. They've done nothing wrong. They've done everything correct. How's the ship coming? Oh, take a look. It's sick. So I hope it works. It looks cool. It feels cool. And it has a nuclear reactor on it. So like, what could go wrong, right? The world is truly our oyster. Genuinely, nothing could go wrong. I wonder if I should have the milk factory like drop its excess iron down and then use it. It eats so much extra iron. I should make a space platform that just like mines iron and then shoots it down. I can't imagine it makes that much, but maybe it does. Okay, so back to what I was doing before. Nuclear with only 4 turbines? Yes. So, assuming it works how I think it does, I know it seems silly, but in reality, it is a little bit silly. But it shouldn't burn any of the excess heat. It should only use heat when it needs to use heat for energy. So it should just be fine. It should just be chillin', hopefully. Ah, look at it. It's so beautiful. The bot migration. This corner is undefended currently, so we'll definitely have to do something about that. We will do laser turrets, I suppose. Something worth noting is that these enemies are actually getting quite spooky, so we might need to ramp up things more. I love this Spidertron. Kind of makes me feel alive. Okay, so let's grab pump jacks. Whoops, I should have been using map view apparently. Pump jacks, and we will... I wish there was a better way to like just like layer them automatically, but that's fine. Certainly not a big deal. And I am just whining to whine. You got me on that one. Hey, have you ever had Papa John's before? Is it any good? What is the premier quote-unquote fast food pizza? That's my question of the day. Because now I really want pizza because I haven't had it for a while. That's where I normally get pizza from? Okay, so you like it. I used to work at Papa John's. Is this your way of saying that all of your views are shared by Papa John's? I think Papa John's is best compared to Domino's. Have I ever talked about how I'm like boycotting Domino's for the rest of my life? If not, I mean, even if I have, I don't mind telling the story again. Domino's had the audacity to tell me that in spite of tipping like a really nice amount, they refused to bring the food to my door at my apartment because it wasn't on the ground floor. And I was like, you're charging me a delivery fee, I'm tipping. They gave me like a piece of paper that was like, yes, like, excuse me. I'm sorry, like, I get it. I'm tipping, I'm paying a delivery fee, which is already like $6.50 or something stupid. I'm tipping. What am I paying for here? You think I want to go down several flights of stairs? I'm ordering delivery because what if I couldn't? I mean, I could. But like still, I was mad. The worst part is most time I would order food, I would just order leave at door or whatever, and they would just leave it in the lobby of my apartment, which was no big deal. But the fact that they gave me a letter, unbridled rage is what I felt that day. I forgot to actually set up how the oil's gonna work down here, didn't I? Whoops, that's okay. Moral of the story is heck Domino's. Except for their bread bowls, they're incredibly delicious, and I miss them almost every day. But past that, heck 'em, you know? We can't let them know that we still want them. We need to play hard to get so they'll come back to us one day. Cut to me in like 5 years, stream sponsored by Domino's. You'd be like, Miko, you sold out. You used to have morals. You used to stand for something, and what now? Okay, so there should be a pump down here, and we want that pump down here to be facing this way. Surely I have a pump maker somewhere. I would have set that up when I was doing this, I'm sure. I don't have a pump maker. We gonna do a quick and dirty one like norm. So being out of rocket fuel is ultra cringe. Omega super cringe. Cringe-tacular. Cringe and Manjaro. Oh, I kind of miss Halo. Was Halo Infinite's story good? No spoilers, of course. Pizza Hut is my favorite flavor-wise, but Papa John's does feel like the upscale option. I ate a Pizza Hut near my old apartment. I can't believe that's just out of range. That's fine. I ate a Pizza Hut near my old apartment, and it looked like no one had been in there for years. I genuinely was a little bit scared for my life going in there. It was awesome. Pizza Hut's regular breadsticks are the best breadsticks. Wings are also very good. Pizza's very is doable. Okay, I mean, they have pizza on their name, so if it's not doable, I feel like it's a real blunder. So I'm glad, I guess, that it is done. It can be dude, as they say. Okay, so I was gonna set up these pump jacks. Did I set up the ghosts for them? I think I did. So I want to set up the Pipe ghosts. These are getting less love than the previous ones, mind you. I still haven't decided how I'm getting these back. If I'm going to bother with train or not. Oh, this one's going to be a real mess. Good stuff. That's what it's all about. Real gourmet spaghetti. I mean, in my defense, it's like it's oil. What am I going to do with it? Drink it? I doubt it. How much could oil cost? $10? No. How could this happen to me? I really don't know what to do about the oil. Those pumps really threw a wrench in my plan. Because it's all being pumped out here rather than inwards, so I'm not going to be able to connect them. Can I grab a ghost of you like this? I can. Okay, so underground Pipe. I used to get so down with Domino's' whatever the heck it was called. The bread bowls. The bread bowls were good. I'm surprised at how good the bread bowls were, to be honest with you. They had no right to be as good as they were. What if you connect them, then flip all the pumps around? That's probably like the best idea, like unironically. I considered that too, but that should, in theory, make it so it goes through here and then ends up, but there's a lot of pumps. I guess I only have to make it so far. Follow this line down. Once we make it to here, it's good to go. So that's probably what the play's going to be. Because that's just a few like flips and then bada bing, bada boom, you know? I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Grab some undergrounds. I'm not going to start mining over here. This will make like a little bit of pollution, but to my memory, this will be like nothing. Drop in the bucket of pollution. Gotta be in the map to do it. There we go. Quiznos bread bowls are my favorite. I've never had Quiznos in my life. I feel like I really missed out on that one. Bread bowls are just so heckin' good though. Ugh. I can get down with a bread bowl. I haven't had a bread bowl in so long either. Can you like do bread bowls at home? Is that like something you can do? Is that just one of those things where it's like it's really not worth the effort because you don't own like a bread oven? Or is that like, could you buy a bread bowl? Does a store sell a bowl of bread? These are the kind of questions that they should teach you in school instead of whatever they teach you. I got some Q's and I need some A's. What am I gonna do about this? Is this fine pumping downwards? Yes, it is. This should be fine pumping downwards. Assuming that there's a pump like on the right here, it should be fine. Oh, I like when the music gets like this. They're already getting kills. I guess I'll step in to play for a little bit. If I have to. Heck, everything's dead. What were you bombarding? That? You do my home. We did it before by baking bread and scooping the insides out. I think we did the inside stuffing for later, or use the inside stuffing for later. That sounds good, but I've never baked bread. It sounds difficult. Maybe it's not so bad. This feels like it could kill me, to be honest with you. I'm gonna go on the outer side and play it a little more passively. Yeah, getting slow is very scary. Let's try to avoid that as much as possible. I wonder how our evolution is right now. We have an 8% behemoth fighter. I feel like our pollution went up 1,000,000. It was 2% a little bit ago. I guess when you clear out nest, it goes up, so it makes sense. Bread is fairly forgiving as long as you're good at following instructions in the recipe. I am pretty good at following instructions. Hoping this is enough rockets to finish off this nest. It looks like we should be good. Barely? Barely. We have plenty of rockets on here, so we can keep up the assault just fine. Just figured I'd clear out the stuff that's directly next to our wall for the quick moment. Behemoth worm. Eats like 20 rockets, refuses to explain. So slow. It'd be so nice if this was like a peninsula, but I know it's not in my heart of hearts. But I can dream. I should try to make some bread. I've always wanted to make things like homemade pizza and stuff, but I never really... Like, obviously I bought bread from the store because they have like the pizza bread that you can buy, but like... making it from scratch. I had an old coworker that was really into sourdough. She said her and her husband would like cultivate the sourdough in like a jar, and I was like, that's some real demonic stuff that you're suggesting doing. Like, no, it's great. You just like, once you make it, you could just keep pulling it out. Like, what do you mean you could just keep pulling it out? Yeah, it just keeps growing as long as you have like the one that works. You should try adding more spider. That's a really solid idea. I do like the idea of adding more spider, I'll admit it. I think when in doubt, more spiders probably our core solution to a lot of our issues. Oh, okay, cool. So the wall's basically up now, which is nice. I didn't really want to take an area before going to Fulgora, but it's probably worth our time to do so. We do have pump jacks automated, right? I did that. I didn't make that up. Nope. Cool. I'm glad that I learned that now. Let's go to our slowly expanding Mall of Laziness. So we can set up another one of these. Change this into pump jacks instead. My stream broke? Oh no, hopefully I'm not conking on internet. I should make more Spidertrons though. What I was thinking was that once we go to Fulgora, we could try to make more uncommon and rare ones, because we got really lucky on the one uncommon one we got. Okay, at least we're making pump jacks now, slowly but surely. Okay, so that'll make pump jacks. The pump jacks will go over here. The oil that we've taken, which is in total like almost 4,500, actually a little over 4,500%, will hopefully be good enough compared to the 600% we have left in base. I hope. Are we making landfill? Is that why nothing's going here? We're not making landfill either. That's another thing we can just do, but that one I think we're gonna just do like... Is landfill straight from stone? Yeah, it has to be, because you can make it on Gleba. So we'll just set it up, I don't know, somewhere in the stone line. We don't use stone that frequently nowadays anyways. That was like the worst possible spot. That sucks. Hate it here. I like how the Pokemon type chart is 50k now. I did do some redistributing of the prices after having to do like... I don't remember what it was. It was something really deranged. I had to do it while doing Dark Souls 3, I think, at one point, and that was a nightmare. You gotta want it. You really gotta want the Pokemon type chart. If you really, like, desire it, the time will be right. Okay. So I was just gonna have this be landfill. I want to go to Fulgora. This sucks. I hate it here. Sorry, I said I wasn't gonna whine anymore. I should definitely have done... So, a stack inserter is... heckin' juiced. 5 plus 11 instead of 1 plus 11? Holy moly, I gotta start making those. Alright, so landfill will at least exist in a box now, which will be a nice boon for us. Looks like the pump jacks are trying to go down. We need to place a few, These have a name that I'm remembering right now, so don't be worried because I didn't forget what substations are called. You might have thought that I did, judging by how I was stalling there, but you would be incorrect in your assessment. And I do, in fact, remember what substations are called. So egg on your face for thinking that I didn't know that. Genuinely, like, you must be so embarrassed. I'm sorry for that. Hopefully this is fine and the walls don't get attacked too much. Alright, we've successfully started mining oil. The oil goes up here. And then is immediately... I guess this is technically filling up now. So I'm going to... probably be fine. Can you productivity module these, or can you only efficiency? Productivity module, then we probably want to prod mod them just to make this last longer so we don't have to deal with the fallout that was the base falling apart a little bit ago. Could also use speed modules and beacons on them too. I remember doing that before. I really just want the patch to last now because I don't want to have to grab another one on Novice for a while. Maybe even forever, to be honest with you. My positioning on those towers could use some work. Okay, so I think that this is already producing more oil by a lot than the base is taking. So let us follow the line. Boom. So this line connects to here, which goes this way. This line connects to here, which now goes this way. We only need to push it once, not twice, not twice. You can see like the big gray thing, so we know like where it stops. Boom. And you have a pump, which is fine. We do want a pump for you down here somewhere, which you have, so it's fine. Boom, your pump is in the right direction. We're not going to connect you in the lower part. This is so jank, but it's definitely going to work. And it saves me the trouble of setting up a train stop when I just want to leave. Okay, so now the crude oil going into the base is now going up for the first time in a long time. That is pumping down because it is going to fuel the wall. That is pumping into the base. So now if I look at this, you should have enough oil to do things. Voila, we did it. Finally, oil is fixed. We're saved. Haters will say it's fake. Believers will know it's real. Yatta, we did it. I'm a little less enthused about the oil. I am glad it's done. I didn't feel like doing it right now, though. However, we did just finish steel productivity, which is nice. Artillery shell damage will be nice, but I do think we've kind of fallen behind the curve for our artillery shells. The fact that we can't one-hit a nest now is really unfortunate. But it's just how it goes. What are you missing? There's a requester chest there. Okay, I don't really want that requester chest there. And you'll be placed down in just like a little bit. Maybe, are you out of range for building? No, you shouldn't be. The green should be fine. Cool. Oh, right. I should probably set up a few of those chests around for repairing as well. Surely I can just find one somewhere near a Roboport. There it is. I can just slam a couple of these that'll just request a few repair packs around. It really shouldn't matter. Okay. That way I can distribute them as needed. I think we're good now. Well, we're probably not good. We have to go check on the rocket and see if we're able to go to Fulgora. But the oil's fixed, which means we should be getting more rocket fuel, so everything should be better. This was a necessary evil to keep the base running. It's not doing anything. Are we good? I'm surely forgetting some. That looks like a really stacked ship, though. Holy moly. What am I forgetting? We've got belts, we've got undergrounds. We don't have greens right now. We could technically bring greens, but I'll just wait to ship them over later from the Starfire on its own. We got our purple Spidertron. It did not finish making the logistics robots, but I think that's just because we got like conked from them all flying out to do stuff. So 100 will be fine for now. I should have left the request for those. I'm going to put those back in. I think I might copy paste this later on. I mean, we might not even need this ever again. This is just the stuff to get a planet started, I guess. I'm going to turn this off then since everything showed up here. What? Oh, the ship has a request for it. I was like, why did it just fire it back down? It's because if I don't have a request, the planet has a request for them. That was dumb. All right, we'll have to wait for that to fire back up. But after that, I'm going to Fulgora. Maybe. Maybe I'll save it for next time, actually. I didn't realize how late it was. It's already almost 5 o'clock. I gotta start dinner soon. I skipped lunch accidentally. Not that it's a big deal. I wasn't super hungry. Power poles, assemblers, and chemical plants. You're actually a genius, and it shows. I almost just left with 0 power poles. Chemical plants are always so necessary, and I do not respect them enough. It'd certainly be real awkward landing and having no power poles. Not impossible to work around, but it would be unfortunate. I don't think I need storage tanks. No, not really. I mean, we'll have to use the oil. I don't remember what we even use the oil for. I know that there's oil that you can pump out of the like water, but I don't remember what it's for at all. Or what type of oil, if it's light, heavy, or just crude oil. So that'll be fun to see. God, this took forever. But we did do what we did. This was like the necessary intermediate like deal with stuff. We fixed up Vulcanus. It's looking quite nice now. We set up the Genki train line. We're now not going to run out of this for a while. We're still at 4.9 million tungsten, so we're not losing it at a rapid pace. We're not making any science right now, but that's just because we have such an excess of it that we're trying to burn through some of it to free up some space. We tripled our tungsten plate production, which will be relevant later. I'm sure we need a bunch of tungsten carbide, so this is good. Everything looks good here. Gleba has not shut down yet. Looks like nothing has spread into our walls, or if it has, it's been killed. I think these are new, so I think that these ones have spread towards us a little bit. Oh, that looks like a thing right there, so I'm surprised that our artillery is not immediately shooting. Maybe they already have. I'm gonna fire a few warning shots to see. Oh, they already got it. See? The artilleries are getting them the moment they spawn in. Looks like it was about 10 minutes ago it did it. So as long as they keep doing that and stop them from spreading into our walls, we should be good. Something worth noting is we don't have an infinite number of artillery shells. So I think what I'm going to do is with the Starfarer, I'm going to have it go back to requesting shells. How do I want to do this? I want to lower the request for these to 20 for now. I'm going to just shoot those down onto Novice because the shells will take up 10 spots, so we need a lot of spaces for them. And then I'm going to add a weight position to Gleba, and we're going to have the same circuit conditions. Whoops. You know, I told myself there's no way I put the coolant first, so I switched to the thruster one after it, but I should have trusted myself. I'd like to retrofit these ships too, but I want to go have fun on Fulgora for a little bit. But I think retrofitting these with the better fuel designs would be quite nice. And power too, but whatever. Either way, so we're going to have this go to Gleba. It will need to be full on stuff before it leaves, and I want it to make sure that it has an item count of 0 for these artillery shells. I guess I could just look for the specific request fulfilled. But I'll do cargo 0 on those. And I'll make it so that Gleba is now doing a request here for artillery shells. This way, the Starfarer will swing by there and drop off artillery shells, because I noticed that we were getting pretty low on them, seemingly. Just to keep the walls back on Gleba. I will have to go back to Gleba at some point, but I did my Factorio chores today. That's really what it is. Like, this was the sweep up, where we had to do some stuff in between going to another planet. Our rocket fuel will have to buffer again, too, because we were so far behind because of our lack of oil. But now, because we have plenty of oil, everything is just fine. Everything's at a real deficit. We fired, like, hundreds of rockets today, so it makes sense that everything is so conked when our oil is so behind, but things will catch up. They just need a little bit of time. How is the Solum Inductor looking? Such a dramatic name. We've used up 3 fuel cells just sitting up here, so I'm feeling pretty good about the fuel cell usage so far. These were only 25 per rocket? That's crazy. I thought it would have been more. Not that it's a big deal or anything. Okay, so but it looks like everything's going to fit on here. And you know what? I'm saving Fulgora for next time. I have spent so long on this today. But that was good. Save up the stream game. I'm wrapping up here. It's been fun. Hopefully you had fun too. We'll do Fulgora next time, and that'll be good old cold water down the back, so... Thanks for hanging around. I had fun. Hopefully you did too, and hopefully we'll see you next time. You get the dulcet sounds of rocket launches in the meantime, though. Bye for now.